last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. stop to see me fall. You ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with a million lies. You can try and cut me with a sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do, fighting till the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I knew. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you.
It all came down to this. 16 teams met in Berlin to battle for the title of the first ever World Champions of Valorant.
Deep breaths, everyone. We are starting up here.
Cheeky little spot. Cuts to the other side of the wall.
Upsets were had across the board. And the prove their superiority. It was Zescht who came out on top, cementing their legacy as the first ever winners of VALORANT champions.
Give it up for Zescht!
Oh, he's found it! He's found it! Yavi with the ace! Easy!
We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Первый фраг есть, может быть, заберет остальных.
Mix'ini yakaladı arka taraftan. Starzo hiç kontrol edilmedi. Starzo'nun 3 kill.
Evening set up rather fast. He still turns and hits the headshot. My God, Scream is absolutely unbelievable.
We can be heroes.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2022 VCT Challengers Qualifiers. We are back, baby, in the best region in the world. Of course, that is Europe. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm delighted to be bringing you guys more VALORANT action today. And this year, hopefully, we'll find another world champion from EMEA once again. But before I get ahead of myself, let me bring in some familiar faces to you guys to join me on the analyst desk for the show. Welcome back, Zescht and RyanCentral. Like I said, we have a world champion. Who knew? You guys definitely did. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Never doubted. I always knew it's going to be exactly Ascent from day one on. And well, that we are the most competitive region right now, that's no big surprise. But to be frank, that it went that close towards the end and that we only got EMEA teams there and champions in the grand final, I didn't expect that. But that's the perfect year for us. Why not repeat that?
Moralized in game as well, as you see, and yeah, it's not even just Ascent winning a championship, kind of like Zescht said. Gambit in the final, Liquid in the semis, even Fnatic people didn't have much expectations of, still making the playoffs and getting upset by one of the biggest storylines from that event crew. So now it's how these four teams do, not necessarily today, they're already going to be in challenges, but what other teams are looking to be in those positions where they could maybe make the major at the end of the year. And I think these two are in for a shock considering some of the moves that we've seen from Guild and Vitality.
Well, that is the goal. I can't wait to see them perform. Now, it is a new year for VCT and we have a new format as well. Here is a quick explainer to get you guys at home all up to speed.
The VALORANT Champions Tour is back. Who can kick the champion Ascent from the VALORANT throne? It's a long way to the top. So let's start with the first Challenger season and how to qualify for it.
Thousands upon thousands is down to a 1v4 and it's done! Ascend are your VALORANT Champions winners!
12 teams from Europe, CIS, and Turkey will fight in the VCT Challengers EMEA, the toughest of all regions. 4 teams already got a slot. The Kings of Berlin, quarterfinalist Fnatic, as well as Ascent, Gambit, and Team Liquid. All 4 teams represented EMEA in the most dominant way and made it into the last stages. But a new beginning awaits. 8 contenders will join them in Challengers EMEA to battle for the crown in 2022. 4 slots in Europe, 2 in Turkey, and 2 in CIS. On top of that, MENA teams can take part in the qualifier of their choice. All teams have one goal: to make it into Season 1 of VCT 2022. But this will be a tough road. We'll start off with the first open qualifiers for all 3 regions with up to 256 teams in a single elimination bracket. Each match will be played in a best-of-3 format. Only the top 4 teams will advance to the closed qualifiers, where they play against 4 invited teams that did a tremendous job in the previous year and hit the criteria outlined in the rulebook. In this closed qualifier, all 8 teams play in a double elimination bracket. only the best 2 teams from Europe and the winners from Turkey, as well as CIS, will make it into the VCT Challenger Season 1. But there is a second chance. Up to 256 teams can battle in another open qualifier to make it into the second closed qualifier. This is the last chance to be part of the VCT Challenger Season 1. The top 4 open qualifier teams of CIS, Turkey, and EU will face each the best 4 teams of the first closed qualifier that are not in the Challengers yet. 2 European teams and the winners of Turkey and CIS second closed qualifier will finalize the 12-team lineup for VCT Challengers Season 1. This is their chance to fight for the crown in EMEA.
Thank you very much, Zescht, there for breaking that down. Now I've got you on the desk with me. I wanted to ask you, what do you make of the new changes coming in for 2022?
I like it a lot, because when we're talking about 2021, we saw a good chunk of times that we're asking ourselves, okay, we got our VCT teams, but what are those other top orgs doing that didn't make it through? And now with all those VRLs, 8 to be very accurate, with those regional leagues, we got the opportunity to see pretty much every team that we have on the list of being a proper team perform. And not only that, there's also regional teams that are maybe not so known to us, but they can definitely cause some upsets. And then the VCT promotion is on the line, so they can play at the highest league over here in EMEA by playing those VLRs. It's going to be great.
Yeah, because it's a weekly basis thing for challenges now with the round robin. It means that there's less qualifiers, so games like this are much more impactful, and that's why it's a best of 5 today as well, just because whoever gets here isn't just going to be in the qualifiers next week and that's it. They're going to be on the stream for the next 6 to 8 weeks and stuff, and might have a chance to get Masters and Champion points on the board very early on this year.
I mean, it's not just about EU, right? Because we have those guaranteed spots for Turkey and CIS as well. And Ryan, you know, one of the best teams in the world came from the CIS region last year, so it's going to be exciting to see what they can produce this year as well.
Yeah, to the point that FPX have moved over there to try and compete in that spot. But it's also the idea of just if these teams don't make it for whatever reason, they still have these VRLs to play in from all around Europe, all of the different regions. And then through that, there's still a way to get back in. It's challenges. Even if you get to qualify, if you bottom out, you could get relegated from it in the future, right? There's a lot to go over there, but I think it makes for more interesting viewing and seeing the same top teams consistently on a week-on-week basis.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure for them as well, a lot on the line. But as expected, in the off-season, there was a lot of roster changes. It was very, very busy for a lot of teams. And here are some of them you guys at home might have missed.
The Valorant winter break is finally over, but during the off-season, the EMEA region got caught in a snowstorm of roster changes. Fnatic got started with their rebuild straight after Champions. Doma, who had played for the organisation since the foundation of their Valorant roster, has now been moved aside. An interesting move, as Doma was Fnatic's former star player, who switched to a more supportive role in April to enable Derka to play to his full potential. We will see Doma starting in the qualifier with 10-star from now on. Guild didn't make it out of this ferocious storm unscathed either. From the original roster, only Leo and Safe remain, as Draken, Yasin and Bonkar are all no longer on the team. Guild followed the trend of changing their IGL and promptly picked up a new one in the form of Coldamenta to fill the void left by Bonkar. He will be joined by Russ from 10-star and Trex from OG. Both finally want to prove themselves by making it into the playoffs with their new team. Yasin and Bonkar are returning to their Valorant roots in the meantime, making a quasi-revival of their first team, Team Bonk. This time, however, they are changing the name to Yonk. Joining them are Machina from Vitality, Cretan from Alliance, and upcoming talent Neela. Whether this mix can live up to the high expectations that their link to Team Bonk brings with them or not will be exciting to see. A side note in the roster mania has to be made for Nip, who saw the oncoming snowstorm and decided to retreat to a warmer region. The whole roster was released as the org is moving over to Brazil, with the aim of picking up a team there. Contrary to Nip, who escaped south, FPX instead embraced the cold and went even deeper into its midst, joining the CIS region with their latest 2 pickups. They rounded out their existing roster of Angel, Xiao and Zippen with the addition of former Force player Soigetsu, which brings the CIS membership of the team to a majority. They will be joined by Ardis. The Latvian took a timeout due to his health in June of last year, but is now making his return to professional play, rounding out the roster. Regional rivals Na'Vi continue the trend of changing out in-game leaders by parting ways with Arch. The switch comes due to the feeling that a change-up was needed to elevate the roster to new heights. The addition of JD is supposed to bring a breath of fresh air to the team. The 18-year-old finally gets to play in his native region after his time on NIP. It wasn't only Europe and the CIS that got hit. The warmer parts of the EMEA region also couldn't escape the roster change storm. Supermassive Blaze moved on from 3 of their players after their loss to rival Futbolist. Turco and Russ found their new teams in Desire and Giants Gaming respectively. To keep up the seasonal trend, SMB also opted to replace their IGL powerer, who is now playing for BBL Esports. To compensate for the loss of the trio, Cyderex was picked up from Kafalar Esports and fills the IGL void. Joining him are 2 players of regional rival Oxygen Esports. Glovey and Zisto both made the switch after losing to the old iteration of the team in the LCQ. Futbolist also made a change, releasing their Sova player Sasuke after results against the EMEA competition didn't go the team's way. Futbolist also suffered the loss of one of the best Sentinel players of the region. Sterben will also no longer be representing the team for the coming season. Like SMB did, Futbolist also found their replacement on Kafalar Esports in the form of Power. The rookie is joining up with the squad after only 2 months with his previous team. Mr. Farlin rounds out the roster after showing some good individual performances in recent times. Thankfully for everyone, the storm seems to have died down a little and no big changes have happened with the winners of the Champions stage. We can get into the new season with some great weather and more importantly some incredible matches in EMEA to find out if anyone can beat Ascend this season.
Those are some of the roster changes that happened in the off-season, but there was a bit of a latecomer that happened this week. Of course, you guys at home might know. G2, they have made a change here. Ryan Kellogg's has now been moved back into the active roster to swap out with Mixwell. How surprised are you with this decision?
What? What is that? I mean, like another change for G2? This to me, I understand it because like, I don't think Mixwell was the problem though for G2 bottoming out in close qualifiers. Yeah. I think pointing the finger at him and saying he's the problem isn't indicative really. Kellogg's is a good player to bring in and at least try. My concern is it's a bit knee-jerky. There's not a lot of time for G2 to prepare for the next upcoming qualifiers, which start on Monday again for G2 this time. There's not a lot of time to make sure everything works, so it could get from bad to worse if we don't see G2 making it that far in these open qualifiers. There's always a chance for an upset, seen as their single limb. I think the chances of not seeing G2 in challenges is pretty strong at this point.
Oof. I'm with Ryan on that because it feels like this is panic mode. Okay, we got one more qualifier. Who do we have on our who's on our bench that we can actually put in? Oh, it's Kellogg's. Let's get that guy in. It's a bit confusing seeing that because Mixwell was the decision maker in that G2 team. That is actually the case. So he was not necessarily IGLing, but he was like doing this is what we're going to do and decision has been made. And now getting Kellogg's in, a man who's most definitely talented, but not as experienced and not as calm, as not as collected as Mixwell, that seems risky as hell to me. And I'm not quite sure if this is really the success or this is going to be the key to success for G2 with that change. Might be just a VLR they have to play.
Oh, you guys feel really strongly about this, but I gotta say, it's weird for me because we have never seen G2 without Mixwell. Ryan, this is like, feels like an end of an era almost, because he was like kind of the last man standing from the beginning.
Yeah, and it's not like he's not good enough to be on a team like G2, right? I think it's just when you've brought in these weird half a team from taking the Heretics players of Vova, Nuki, and then now doing the same thing to Vodafone Giants, bringing in recent players, Meadow, Hoodie, and the coach Pipson. It kind of feels that identity for G2 is lost, despite the fact that Mixwell's in that team, and he is G2, right? So It is going to be really interesting to watch. Those open qualifiers are going to be a hell of a lot of fun to keep an eye on, because you just don't know. We saw Heretics going out on day one. G2 want to make sure that they're not doing the same thing on week 2.
Well, let's talk about some of those surprises. If we take a look at the bracket, now G2, of course, they got knocked out. They're going to be back competing next week. A lot of other teams have made a big mark here. Zescht, are there any teams, speaking of big marks, that impressed you?
I would say big because, genuinely, I've seen a lot of big also like in regional leagues last year and this year with the new lineup they have. And They were looking promising, they were looking good, they were taking a lot of risks by picking up young players like Casper and Twiston. At the same time, did I believe that they were just one match away from getting into VCT? Never. Not once. I would have bet my German citizenship on that would not happen. But at the same time, they're always coming in with a surprise. They're always stronger than expected, and in many cases, also stronger than some of the invited teams.
I think it's also quite nice to see this big team have a bit of redemption, because 2021 for them was a bit of a meme. They were nowhere really close to being in some of these challenges events, but not only has players like GodB shown up in a huge way, bringing in Twiston, who was one of those real prodigies to keep an eye on, that has worked wonders. Big stands for believe in GodB, and I do. The problem is that Guild looks solid, and if Vitality lose today and go to the lower bracket, Vitality have already beaten Big in this tournament so far, but that would be a best of 5 game. It was a best of 3 before, right? So maybe there's a bit more in the tank for Big, who are actually looking surprisingly good. It's nice to see.
Yeah, this is overdue, right? Because they've been so persistent in the EMEA region. They've competed in almost every tournament, trying their best. But it's good to see that hard work is definitely paying off now. As you mentioned, Big, they are going to be competing tomorrow. But we have one very important game that is coming up today. The qualification game between Guild and Team Vitality. The winner will be joining Team Liquid, Fnatic, Gambit, and Ascend in Challengers VCT. Officially the first team to join them, whoever wins today. But let's talk about Team Vitality, because they're one of the teams that did make changes, and it does feel like right now, Ryan, they have finally stabilized. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they found a good look. They've kept their core mostly the same with Bram, Sender, and Vaxstain on this roster, but bringing in Shadow, who was dropped from FPX, and then Kada, who was in roster transfer mania. He was stuck there for so long. Now he seems to have settled, and I think that's worked out dividends for Vitality. I think, again, you look at a team like Vitality and tag shooters, and you sort of really think that they should be in the tier 1 scene. There is a chance for them to. I think Guild naturally are people preferred choice of expectations to actually qualify today, but with what we've been seeing from Vitality through these qualifiers, they actually have a lot to show, and they've played all 7 maps across the open qualifiers too, so their map pool is looking really strong so far.
Well, speaking of the new additions, I had the pleasure of chatting to Vitality's Shadow a little bit earlier. I'm now joined by Shadow from Team Vitality. Hi, Shadow. Welcome to the show. Now, first up, I want to talk about that G2 series, because when you were back on FPX, you had a massive rivalry with G2. In the beginning, they tend to best you guys on that team, but now you've managed to take them down on a new team. How nice does that feel, especially given the fashion you managed to beat them?
First of all, hello. And also, like, it was an amazing feeling. Like, my team played amazing. Like, I didn't perform the way probably I would like to perform, but my team really stepped up every round.
Yeah, you guys have looked great all the way through this qualifier, and one of the most impressive things I'd say is that your map pool is more or less nearly flawless. You guys play every single map. How confident are you with your map pool right now? And when it comes to the bans, are you more focusing on your opponent's maybe weaknesses?
No, not really. Like, what we focus on is like what we're comfortable like playing that day, and like and we probably, I think we play like every map. I can't say which maps we're not playing if like the guild wanna ban it or something, but yeah, I feel super comfortable with every pick we play.
How big of an advantage do you think that is, especially when there are so many maps in the game now? Is this something that you guys have been actively working on?
Yeah, we kind of did. We had like, like we played every map, I think, and we just tried to get better on every map, like for a full day, and see if we can fix something. Yeah, that's kind of it.
Yeah, you guys are looking great. And lastly, you're one of the teams that's using Chamber right now. And what do you think of this agent so far?
I'm not sure if I have a good opinion on it. Like Sander played it yesterday against G2, but like he was popping off with it. I think it could be a good agent on some maps, but not on every map.
Well, thank you very much, Shadow, for joining me. I appreciate your time, and best of luck in your game later.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Now, we did see Vitality whip out the Chamber, and from what Shadow is saying, he sees kind of what Chamber can do, but he's not 100% convinced yet. Zescht, are you 100% convinced by Chamber yet?
He still hasn't found his place ultimately within the Valorant scene, but if we take a look at many of the agents that we now put on the pedestal to be some of the best agents, for example the KO, for example Sky, they have been significantly less interesting for many. Sure, there have been changes to those agents as well, but at the same time, I believe it can be valuable for a lot of teams. It can be that surprise factor for some. A little example would be Neatmore the M, who some of you might know, who played it on pretty much every single map. It can be a valuable agent if everybody's willing to adapt or just things up, you know, Jet is better, Race is better for whatever occasion, or alternatively, we rather go for full-on Sentinel the classic way. We're seeing that. I believe we might have an improvement in that during the entirety of Stage 1.
See, with you saying that, like, Chamber hasn't found his place, I disagree on that. I think that we are seeing him lean towards particular maps. On Icebox, for example, in place of something like a Killjoy, even on maps like Breeze, and a little bit on Fracture, but not that much. I think it's just, does it work for Vitality? They don't really like playing Haven. It seemed more like a Redgar Reyna approach, where they had to play G2 on Haven, which is not a map that they want to play. They'd usually ban it out, so they picked up the Chamber just to try and throw a bit of a curveball. There is potential there with Cinder on it, but whether that's really in the future for Vitality, that's a bit of a grey area. Some other teams definitely leaning towards it on other maps, though.
I mean, Redgar Reyna is OP though, Ryan. That's like...
So is Sender's Chamber as well.
Yeah,
it's
so
the
that's
alliteration, I think. Redgar Reyna, Sender, Chamber. I think that's what it is, right? So is there a player that's name starts with N that could be really good on Neon when she's available? Because, yeah, that'd be the best look. Nivera, maybe. Nivera on Neon is what I would think is going to be really OP in the future.
There's no agents that start with Y. Sag.
Yoru? What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, Yoru.
That's a really bad
Okay, I'm
look,
going to change my name.
Completely forget that Yoru's an agent.
I'm about to go change my name real quick, guys. Yeah, I don't want to be associated with that. But anyway, Vitality, they're going to be taking our guild today. Of course, he also made some massive changes. And Zescht, these were very, very good changes. They look great right now.
They are looking amazing in my eyes. What has happened is that they kept Safe, they kept Leo. So they kept their rather younger players who have high impact and more supportive roles. Leo being usually that Sova assistant. Safe has been picking up Sentinels in the past, but he's now the duelist. And with those two Swedes, they've now even worked it around with a very skilled and also high-class IGL in form of Coldamente. We got Russ, who's a perfect flex, also as a seemingly as a human, a very positive kind of human being, a mentality you need in the team. And Trex, who's again a young gun, previously a duelist, but has now been fitting more in the Sentinel Viper-ish kind of zone. And those adaptations look wonderful so far. Guild have only dropped a single map. It was against Rebels. We can leave that one out of the books. But other than that, this team, quite flawless so far.
Yeah, flawless indeed. But for Guild coach Barber, he feels like they're not actually the favorites going into today's matchup. I'm now joined by Guild coach Barber. Welcome back, Barber. It's great to have you with us again. Now, in the off-season, you guys made some pretty major changes to your squad. Talk me through how that's been with the new players and what they are bringing to your team now.
Hey, Yinsu, great to be here again. Great to be here in the upper bracket final also. We swapped out 3. Probably everyone knows by now. We found a little bit of a cap with the old lineup. And the goal was to go international to have the whole player pool of Europe available. So no, it's been going good. I mean, we had just a couple of weeks practice together. Tried to push it very much, and I barely had any Christmas or New Year's breaks. We really tried to become as good as we could during the short time we had. So it's looking quite good so far. Yeah.
I do want to ask about your tweet today, because you tweeted Vitality, you think they're the favorites going into this one. You mentioned their map pool as well. Would you be able to elaborate a little bit more on that point?
I mean, they had longer time compared to us. They had more officials compared to us also. They're a strong team, obviously a strong team. And if you have a better map pool in a best of 5, in my opinion, you should be the favorites of the game.
Well, how do you prepare to kind of get over this hurdle of their strong map pool? And like you said, you guys haven't really had a break. So what have you been working on as well?
No, just to get everything ready. We had many players with kind of the same agent pool, which means that we will have to work in both new experiences on the agents and the experience with each other on different agents. So we had quite a bit to fill, since we looked at the players, how versatile they were and how well they will blend into the system we have. So yeah, no, a little bit less time, but I'm pretty confident that we will be able to pull it off on a good day. Yeah.
Well, you guys are looking better than ever right now, Baba. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your qualification game today.
Thank you, Yinsu. Cheers.
With the changes that came from Guild, as Baba said, that they had to go international. They wanted to expand their roster. And this is something we're seeing a lot right now, Ryan, in EMEA in general.
I think you kind of have to as well. Now that we have a bit more information on how the VRLs work with how many players that you need from certain regions to be a part of those, it makes teams a bit more comfortable to spread their wings. And I think building around Leo and Safe as a core is the right thing to do. The best part is that they brought in great players alongside. Not only did Zescht highlight some of the players like Russ and Coldamenta, but I really want to talk about Trex. Not only was he an insane player, and I loved watching him for Singularity, Honkin, and OG, but he played Duelist in all of those teams for the most part. Maybe a bit of Sage here or there. Now he's playing like Viper and Cypher and Sova, and he looks really good on those. His movement especially is impeccable. I think he's the difference. Not necessarily Safe and Leo, despite them being incredible players. I think Trex is the one that turns his team from pretty decent in the region, maybe top 10 in EMEA, to a contender in the region alongside Ascendant Gambit for me.
I'm with Ryan on that one. Specifically, Trex is going to be a very interesting personality, because the other ones, we all know a bit about them for sure, but Trex is a bit of an unknown, but in a positive way. When talking to Milan, who used to be part of Honk as well, where he used to play partially, it's insanely interesting to see that he has such high game sense. He's been really highlighted as someone who understands the game quite well, and now swapping over to those more supportive roles in form of a Sentinel, in form of a Viper, it's interesting to see that he can be a lurking playmaker, but also on the defending side, an individual that is getting entries playing off of enemies' utility, like a Viper Wall on A Short, for example, on Bind. He's playing with that, getting a frag, moving back. Those are tiny little things that as a supporter are just wonderful to watch. There you see, he understands what's happening.
I mean, they've done so well given the short amount of time, right? They've had to actually play together. But Baba did mention one other thing where the reason he doesn't think that they're the favorites in this matchup is down to the map pool. And in the best of 5 today, both teams are going to get a ban. For Vitality, it feels like that's not going to be much of an issue for them at all. They look comfortable almost on every single map. But Zescht, what are you expecting them to kind of ban out on the side of Guild going into this best of 5?
So there are 2 maps that don't usually play. That's Split, that's Fracture. We haven't seen that yet in 2022. If I go with human psychology, you don't like the most recent thing, that's Fracture. I don't see them playing Fracture, as easy as that.
Yeah, and especially with Vitality looking really good on it, and I think for the most part being their main pick, that's the one that you want to take out. But if you're Vitality, you're also pretty good on Split. You haven't dropped it so far in this tournament in their open qualifying run, so maybe that's the way that they can at least just get 1 round in this best of 5. The other maps, though, I think Guild have more of a chance of Barbar might be letting on, though.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to see either Fracture or Split, right? It's unlikely that Vitality is going to take away either of those maps. And with that in mind, I do believe the vetoes are in for the picks and bans, so we can see which 5 maps we are going to today. And as we predicted, Fracture has been taken off the table, and so has Haven on the side of Vitality, which means we're going to breeze them Bind, Split, Icebox, and then ending with Ascent. Guys, I'm a little bit surprised that Split is coming up later. I would have thought that maybe Vitality want to pick this straight away. What do you think, Ryan?
Well, maybe there's something that Guild and Scrims are actually looking really good on Split. They just didn't need to show it up until now. Breeze being Vitality's first pick is an interesting one, though. It's not really the map that they've covered themselves in the most glory with, and also Guild didn't look too bad on it. Only played it once this far in this tournament, twice even, but beating Rebels and 10-star on it. I think considering that Guild are attacking first, this could be like a 10-9 free half for them on attack. Not only because their attack's good, but Vitality's retakes, they suffer. And real quick to mention, this is on patch 3.12. This isn't the new Breeze with the more open A site or the back B wall. This is still the old Breeze, which is still quite difficult to hold as a defender, right, on that A site, and that's what Leo's very good at exploiting on the Sova.
And one more thing that has to be mentioned, because we both talked about it early on, is tracks, particularly for this map. As an attacker, because Guild is going to start there, it's mostly interesting to see how he will lurk around the map there as Cypher. This is the agent he usually plays over there, and he's going to be very annoying with taking those rooms and taking a lot of attention of Vitality, because they always got to be aware, oh, there could be someone around this corner, there could be someone just hiding here, and that is costing defenders a lot of resources, while Guild might be preparing for a totally different side or take.
Well, this is definitely going to be an interesting map for sure. Agent Select is also ready. Let's hop into that now. We spoke about KO a little bit already, but we should be seeing a KO here too, Zescht.
We should. It's usually Vac who's playing that, but maybe they're spicing things up.
There is. Yeah, there it is. Then, well, I feel like this is spicing things up already with a KO, right? Coming in.
Yeah, Sender's trolling though. Or is he?
Yeah. I mean, it's unlikely, right?
We don't talk about the hovers.
We have seen teams play Chamber on this map. That's what I was saying earlier, right? Where these trademarks, the slow orbs that can catch people going on flanks, really good considering how big Breeze is. There's no range on them. He's still going to go for Cypher, the traditional one, and everything on Guild side pretty much locked in. I do think that what Zescht said about Trex is important. I think it's just the CIS nature being able to lurk around on the Cypher is built into these guys, so Trex is sorted. But Leo is so good with his utility. I remember when we casted them in LCQ Zescht, those shock darts that came in from Leo against Supermassive Blaze, it was like 6 or 7 kills in a half. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I felt like I wasn't sure if it's Gob or Leo, but the utility usage of him as Sova is insane. It's bringing a lot of damage down to the players pushing out of sights. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm very glad that we're watching this and that we're finally getting into it, because this is the new Guild. It's about time to see them in a best of 5, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to really go for a best of 5.
Yeah, I think this could go the distance. Of course, Leo, didn't he get like 6 kills with his utilities or something stupid like that one time on his Sova? But yeah, it looks like a mirror matchup with the exception of the Sky and KO. Ryan, real quickly, talk us through, the nuances of how each of these agents bring to their comms.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, KO's really good at shutting down some of that utility from the Sova and the Sky, just because you have, like, say if you're attacking on the A side, you have the Aldron to try and break in. If you tag a defender that's playing on that A side, especially on the old Breeze, you're kind of done for. So actually having the KO to 0-point those areas, destroy that utility, and get a good look at who's trying to push in those areas, really good way of shutting it down. Null command, controlling the site. I still think that Vitality's defense is going to be a little bit rocky, because Guild are very good at playing map control on this map.
Now, Zescht, I know you think this is going to go the distance, all 5 maps, but who is taking Breeze? Who do you think is going to kick us off?
It really depends how good Vitality is going to start right here during the first half. They have been looking abysmal a little bit on the defending side, to put it that way. So if they really get it going, if they get that engine started and go for something like 8-4 or even 7-5, then they might just be really well set when they're going into the second half. So that is my condition for it. If that's not working, Guild might just take it with ease.
Ooh, Ryan, what about you? What do you think?
I think it's just this first half. I think if it's Vitality that can hold on and not just get battered 9-3, despite there being a curse or something like that, I still don't think that's really enough to help. It's the attacking sides for both these teams. Vitality picked it. They must have a reason for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, judging by what you're both saying, Guild, they have an edge here. And how big is this going to be for them to be able to take a map like Breeze right off the bat? Because during the qualifiers, they also banned this map a couple of times as well, Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's more the case that, like, with Vitality being the first team, with 7 maps now, there's not a weird advantage like when we had 6 maps, for example, with how the bans and picks naturally worked. So now it's a case of if they get off on the right foot, then they go to bind, which is what Guild wanted to play and have looked really good on. They can have a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 very, very quickly.
It's likely. I'm gonna say it like that. I wouldn't be too surprised if that's going to be the case. Vitality, though, it's a mentality thing, because if they've learned something from that game against Big, where they suddenly were in the lead and then struggled massively, where they were down and then struggled massively, it is that you can still make it in overtime, that you can still just get it over the finish line by a bit. And if they keep this mental strength also against an opponent like Guild, because to be honest, when we talk about teams, they sound more powerful, they sound a bit more mighty than Big, then it is still a very crucial thing to keep the composure, because that in a best of 5, if we go for all 5 maps, you got to keep your head cool 2 to 3 hours longer. So that could be very important to start off with that.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Thank you very much, you guys, for joining me on the desk. It's time to bring in even more familiar faces to you guys as your casters for today, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Well, Tom, it is a good feeling to be back here now on the mainstream as well, ready to jump right back on into Valorant Esports. We've had our chill broadcast before. We've had a little bit of casting here and there, but now, Tom, it's time to really kick it off, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I feel a little bit less wide than I did when we did it previously.
Bit, yeah.
I still look as much like an egg, I suppose, and like Professor X. But yeah, we're getting a little bit more serious as we go into this closed qualifier, as we're now looking to see whether or not Vitality or Guild will be the first team to actually make it through all the way from the opens. And I genuinely think it's anyone's game. Like Vitality maybe slightly having the edge just because of their map pool, but other than that, I'm really excited to see how they're going to play.
Well, we're getting to see how they play right here and now, because we're kicking off the pistol round on Breeze. The Guild attack side about to be pushed on, and Russ had no idea, but they still managed to catch off Kata. Players covering from afar as the flash round at the corner, and Brams, he's tempted to go for it and see if they're still around here. Catches them retreating, and Guild definitely have gained the upper hand in this early engagement.
Control continues to be super important.
Yeah, solid start.
Place there at the very
We're now
end
going
of
to
it.
be witnessing just an almost complete rotation out from the defensive side as B is left almost completely open. Bram's still going to try and hold on to at least a little bit of control, but with a lot of his utility elsewhere, it'll be very difficult if they do decide to push in this direction. But with the space that's still being garnered elsewhere, the information that is around for Guild with all the utility that they have placed, just watching into mid, knowing that there's not been much aggression, realistically, they'll be a little bit unlucky if they go walking into what is currently a stack site, but by the looks of it, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, with 35 seconds left on the clock, Tom, there really isn't a lot of time to switch things back up on a big map like Breeze. And just look, you've already got Trex making his way in through the halls. Looks like he's got a really good sense of timing on this one. Nobody ready for him, and all this pressure inside of main, it's just going to allow Trex to come up behind and catch a free kill. Not quite the second, though, his aim letting him down a little bit. And Guild are going to struggle to get anything done here as it closes out 1-0 to Vitality.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds that I feel like you're going to watch back if you're Guild and just be a little bit frustrated, because just seconds of decision making to go, okay, let's go back to A. And basically, they ended up just walking straight into a stack, which, hey, you have to look at this from Vitality's perspective and saying that in those sort of situations, taking a sort of risk, especially on the defensive side, I really don't mind it, because getting these sort of rounds, especially from what we've seen of this iteration on the map, has been very difficult. Like a 9-3-8 for half is almost the norm. And although you'll have that sort of meme within the community of like, oh, the 9-3 curse. If we're on a map like Breeze, it's not a curse, it's just the map.
Yeah, that's just how the map plays out the majority of the time. You know, I got to say, looking at the defensive side for Vitality, the immediate concern coming out of that round could be the fact that they allowed a player, Trex, to walk up through holes, get behind them. But that's probably not going to happen again. Now Sander's going to have that trap wire consistently in the holes. If it's broken, they know that they're getting pushed on. If it isn't, and they know they've got control. So I wouldn't really be worried about that as things pan on out. That was a great opportunity for Guild, but as that one falls into the hands of Vitality, we have a little bit of a technical pause coming out of that one. I think the players are having some issues, so hopefully they'll have that ironed out in just a few moments, and we won't be too long before we get right back on into the game. But as we always say, Tom, it is better to have these pauses at the start of the game, right, before players really get into the swing of things. It's only a pistol gone, so let's not see when, 10 rounds in. That's where
and hopefully it's not anything that has actually affected the game. By the looks of it, we're going right back in. Mouse? So I'm gonna assume that everything is all good. No problems for anybody at this stage, and that's always good news. Like if it's only the pistol round, whatever. And well, now going into this one, as expected, not going to be a massive investment. I'm happy to see that Safe is still sticking around on that duelist. I will be honest, when I saw Trex coming into the fray, I was thinking, oh, okay, he's probably going to go back to his Sentinel. Trex will take the duelist role, and we'll get back to a similar style to what we saw, but maybe with a stronger Jet. Instead, Safe is pretty much just gone straight into the Jet role that he was playing a little bit before, and he looks incredibly good on it. Now, I will say that in terms of the man facing off against him, I think so far out of all the teams they played against, this is the toughest Jet opposition he's had.
Yeah, I think I'd be right there with you, and we'll see how those battles will start to evolve. Sander really wants to peek that. He's going to be spotted by the drone. They start to now make their way out, but right into the hands of Brams. And he's going to stop any sort of trading from coming down as the spike falls, as Snakebite lands inside that orb, and it is pretty much done. before it even starts. They've got all of their bases covered. They know that that trap wire was destroyed inside of halls. They know exactly where Cordamenta is going to be playing, and so Safe is all alone to try clutch this out. Really clean by Vitality so far, and they have the opportunity to walk out of this one without losing a single rifle. Those two players that are close, though, are one hit to the body by Safe, so this is a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, he's also kind of one hit to anything. Although if he's just going to no-scope them out of the server, it might not matter so much. Sender is there to close it, and a relatively clean 2-0 start for Vitality. Now, as we sort of already mentioned, you're looking realistically for a fairly convincing attacker side from either of these teams. And although this was the pick of Vitality, it's worth noting that this is one of the maps that has been played by their opposition in Guild. Like, this wasn't a punish pick. I believe that the matches that they've actually played, like the teams they've been up against on this map, have been some of the better ones as well for Guild. Like, that they played this map versus Rebels, won it 13-9, played it versus 10-Star, won it 13-10. So it's not like we're looking at some of those early qualifier teams where they've just kind of run over them in the meantime while trying to get through, and they would have 13-0'd them anyway. Or one of the maps, I think early on again, where we saw Russ playing a Cypher and they were just having some fun. Like, it was much more of like a competitive matchup, and they've managed to win it both times. So it sort of links back to what we saw in the Shadow interview, where he was sort of saying, okay, we can play every map, but when we're going for our choices, it's what we're most confident on. So maybe someone can try and work out the trend there, but I'm happy with the fact that, at least for Vitality, considering this is a new iteration of a team, considering the previous iterations weren't exactly as good as they should have been, the fact that they already have Fracture and Breeze within their map pool, which we sort of said it previously, it's quite rare, to be honest, that a team will have both of those as confident map picks. That's a really good early sign for this roster.
Yeah, having that little bit of extra depth in the early stages definitely shows you that they're focused in, they have a clear game plan, and they want to put other teams on the back foot. And it's great when you come into a veto and you have these weird picks. You force your opponents from step one of the veto system, of the series beginning. They're already on the back foot. They're already feeling uncomfortable. And if you can make them adapt to your game, you're already winning. In that sense. Another tech pause here, and this one's going to be called by Guild again. Looks like they're having some mechanical issues, but I'll be jumping back in a little bit. And again, early stages of the game, it's not too bad. We're coming into round 3, though. This is definitely where they want to have things ironed out. Of course, you're going to be playing with rifles coming into this one, and I'm a little bit curious, you know, on this attack so far. We're not obviously getting to see anything, but when these rifles come out, and in particular, when Safe gets an operator, which won't be this round, it'll be like the next buy round, so we could be looking at kind of 4-0, 5-0 to Vitality before anything really comes out in that department. I want to see what the plan is when Safe is just playing that entry, when he's dashing in and opening the space, because I feel like that's almost immediately going to be a faster round coming into this one. And from what we've seen of most teams, those fast rounds tend to be the A side.
Yeah, I think that was always one of the sort of issues with this map in general, is that there were a lot of very favorable duels for the attackers going into that A site. Like, if you wanted to play around the pyramids defensively, you had to be in quite an open angle and almost had to be a jet, otherwise you couldn't get out of there in time. So that's one of the main changes that I think I've actually really enjoyed with just playing a little bit of this map now, is that it doesn't favor the attacker so much just because of the changes to the walls and the gaps that are available. I also think is the box gone as well. You can't wall bang it. So there's a lot more opportunities to actually play that site defensively. So obviously that's going to come in a little bit later for this qualifier. We're still stuck on this Breeze, but obviously for the teams, if the map changed out that quickly, it would be a little bit harsh for all of the practice they've done. Like, all of those Christmases, all of those New Year's would have been wasted for nothing. Barber would be furious.
That he would. He'd still view them as an underdog.
You're always an underdog. You're never disappointed. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Set the bar for yourself low. That's what I like.
That's what I do in life, just in general.
That's my life.
I have a very low bar. I've already succeeded more than I thought I would. I'm doing fantastic.
I had to stop disappointing people, so I stopped making promises.
Exactly. There you go. My parents can't be disappointed in me. I'm already disappointed in myself.
Oh, this is great information for Sender. He knows there's a player close. And there's the peak, the punish, the Safe goes down. The jet entry no longer there to play with. B-side's completely open, but Sender knows they haven't pushed in. That trap wire gone, information to be found, Cage up to delay, and he's letting his teammates rotate in. Sender still wants to pressure towards halls.
It was very risky running in there, but it's because he wanted the neuro theft. He wanted that information for his team so that they could go for that risky rotation in a round where they almost have to take a gamble. He's still fighting with 5 HP and a rifle. Like, normally I'd be screaming for him to give it over to a teammate, but already managing to give a 2-man advantage over to Vitality in their bonus, Guild need to fight back.
Look at Kata up close as well. He's dashed on out. That's not an ideal fight. They need to take Trex down. He's got prime real estate to deny any sort of defuse going down, and this round is now just falling apart. Great play by Trex, making up for some earlier mistakes, and now this round is locked in indeed. With Shadow soon to fall and put 2-1 on the board. Well handled by Guild, a round that they're expected to win, although they get a little bit dicey with Sender's big performance.
But that is the thing. I think if Trex doesn't play that as well as he did, like using his cages almost perfectly, then yeah, they probably lose this round because the rest of the players are going to be completely surrounded. Instead, it gave some isolated duels, Russ winning his as well. So yeah, it recovered, and for Guild having 3 players alive, that's sort of the norm. It's just the mana that was a little bit worrying. Now we get into the meat of things, though, because this is where we're likely to have a much better purchase coming out from that defensive side. Kadavra already going to have his operator in play, so actually it's going to be a pace change. Very fast take on him from Guild.
Right on into the side, exactly like I was saying a couple of rounds ago. You know, we talked about Safe with the rifles in his hand, or last round even, just during that the tech pause. You look at Safe when he's not playing that operator, he's got to be opening the space, dashing on in. They just pop a wall B, dash into the side, got control. Normally you'll see it on the A side. A lot of teams like to pressure on this attack, but Guild are already showing us a very successful B take with a 5v4 retake. And Coldamenta, he's using the wall. He's crept up behind Brams. That is a brainy play.
That's as free as it gets. Russ, screwed. Good flash. Kata already finding another one. Shadow's got the biggest crosshair known to mankind. Can he find a headshot with it? No, he can't. Maybe try a smaller one. Leo will give that advantage back, and for the remainder of Vitality, it is forced into a save. Still, again, it got a little bit more dangerous than I expected it to. It was looking very clean initially for Guild, but the fact is they're getting these afterplants early enough that Vitality have to rush through a lot of the things that I think they want to be taking more time with. And I do expect there's going to have to be an adaptation now for Vitality, because that's a couple of rounds where it's been a fairly simplistic B-site burst, and they haven't really had anyone there to defend it.
Very true. We saw it. It was a feature, I thought, of one of the rounds where Sender pushed up through elbow. The fact that they wanted to fight that side, they were gambling heavy on A, as we'd mentioned. Guild were likely with Safe playing entry jet to go to the A site. That's the preference of most teams, irrespective of the round. So when you look at Sender's spot, then it was fine. But now that it's being punished so early into the game, in a bye round, you start to get a little bit worried. That's an adjustment that has to be made coming into the next. And then that's something for Guild to play off of. They know now that the B hold's going to be weaker. Coming into this round, they're just up against pistols for the most part. But, I mean, that operator in the hands of Kadavra can do a lot of damage. And with already a couple of kills going their way, all of a sudden they're favored to win this. Cat has been taken down. Sender still has a rifle, and you cannot count this man out when he's got a rifle in his hand.
Yeah, he's been excellent so far, but, well, the shot that Vac just hit was truly grotesque. Unfortunately,
One enemy remaining.
Himself much. He's going to be Safe, already dropping Sender, and now, well, sorry, Shadow is going to be the one looking to lock in. Finds himself a rifle. Clearly that crosshair can hit headshots, and now he just needs one more, but Safe will be there to clutch it out. Guild have their third onto the board, and well, it may have only been some pistols for Vitality, so that means they're going to come in with a buy, right?
Means they should be pretty stacked up. Yeah, when you look at where it was 3 sheriffs, an operator, and a rifle. A strange scenario for them, but it's so nearly worked out. Now able to get the comfortable buy, rifles, utility, full shields on everybody. And the best part about this is there's the solution to their B-hold. Browns has got his ultimate.
Like he's going to use it early. That's one of the normal ways to play this, is to basically just ult almost instantly and try and lock it down. Trex I think he's just been owned there. Like, it was his teammate pushed in initially, and he's just found instead Coldamenta's actually going to be the one to use his ult to lock down the site. The Viper's Pit will give them a free plant and make this retake fairly difficult, especially with no ultimates available for Vitality. They're hoping for a little bit of luck.
Shock Dart's going to go through and not really find them anything. Luck definitely not on their side to start with. And yeah, Bram's using his orb to defend. Worked well. He managed to get a kill, slow down the push, but ultimately, you know, he wanted to use that ulti then if they did push in for retake or something like that, but that has not worked out, and now they almost have no chance for Vitality getting in through this kind of Viper utility. The players that Guild had to the advantage as well, there was virtually no way for this one to work out. You had to drop Coldamenta, and he's just been hiding.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Coldamenta has to be given quite a lot of credit for a lot of these rounds, because the call that he's made for these fast B hits is definitely a bold one. Like, if there's a couple of players there's some decently placed Viper utility, they could easily get caught out. Instead, they managed to find the openers both times, relatively easy, or just get a free plant. And then their after plants have looked stellar. Sure, trading back up a few players here and there, but not really too many issues for, well, what is a map choice of Vitality, one that we're expecting them to perform well. Like, your first choice in a best of 5 is normally one that is going to be your most confident. So the fact that they've come back from a 2-0 deficit, 4-2 up, and again, it's back to pistols and a solo rifle for Vac.
Definitely a scrappy buy. For a second, it looked like they were going to invest a little bit more being Vac on just that single Vandal. And even you look at the B side, look, there's going to be some sound heard. Brams might pop his ulti, but he's playing with a Sheriff. And then that completely changes my mind. Man's got a Ghost, sure, but you're not going to play inside a Viper's Pit with this. They'll fire back at the Tracers and take you easily. So he's instead going to dance around the site. He completely caught off. They're still managing to trade a lot of these kills, but the problem is surprise factor for Sender, Hunter's Fury then on the follow-up. Now they've got to take heads-up aim duels against these rifles, and that's where things completely fall apart, especially with Vac going down.
Yeah, it's left onto Shadow.
No chance.
Nice shot onto the first. Second player was a little bit tagged up, but he won't get anything more there. Again, making these rounds costly. Like, Guild definitely don't have as an insane economy as they probably should do for a team that has just won 5 rounds in a row, because it's mostly been 2 or 3 players surviving for Guild in a lot of these rounds. The fact is, though, I am starting to worry a little bit for the defense, because it has just been B hit after B hit. They had to invest a Hunter's Fury in that one to really get anything done, and whoa, Guild are starting to run away with this.
Yeah, it is the attack side, though, right? They're clearly feeling comfortable to start with, and I sort of have to hold on to faith that Vitality will find their footing here on the defense. They still have time to work with, and they still have plenty of ultimates. That's the thing. They haven't used this Viper's Pit, and that can be a huge turning point for them. The problem for me really is that Guild still have a lot of cash, and so if Vitality get this one round by dumping in ultis, they use a Viper's Pit, they use a Blade Storm, although they've got the ops, so they might not need it. But even the Null command, there could be some impactful ultimates that then they won't have coming into the next round. And with Hunter's Fury already used up in the previous when they had the pistols, things start to look pretty grim then. If you're thinking about them stopping Guild at 6-7 rounds, I imagine things could go even further for this attack. It's definitely starting to get scary for the defenders.
Is this really a Guild timeout?
It's a long time out, isn't it?
What is it like? You've just won 5 rounds in a row, and you're like, you know what? We need a pause. Like, I think we need a breather. It might just be one of those scenarios though, where they know how dominant this attack side's meant to be, and just a few players they've lost. They're like, okay, let's make sure that we're as dominant as we need to be. And oh, that's not gone well for Sender. Kader actually dashes into that. He goes to try and fight it. Well, there's a second player just waiting, watching. It must be a little bit bemused as how easy that kill was. Again, this B site, well, it's just a B site retake simulator at the moment. The Seekers have shown that all the remaining players are on the other side of the map as well. So it's already over. We're done with round number 8.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much locked in. That spike ticking away. You can clearly see Vitality are attempting a save, but Guild are right on top of them. They are looking to take them down and not let them away with anything. Already Trex is going to be dropped and found trying to hunt them down. They don't know. The shadow is right down below. Doors open. Honestly, this is starting to look good for Vitality, where they're getting a lot of info on these guild players hunting them down. They could end up dropping some of these attacker rifles. And, you know, I was complimenting Guild's economy, but if they end up dropping, you know, all the rifles on these hunts, it could get a little bit shaky for them. That's it. They're already looking at 6-2, so I suppose they're not too worried.
Oh, and I guess the thing as well is it would be much, much worse for Vitality if they were to lose all of these guns. Because then, again, they'd just be back to pistols once again. I don't mind trading out a couple of players here and there. I agree. If they lost everyone, it would have been a bit of an oversight. But not overextending. There has to be an adaptation here to this B site. And that's the thing. Then it comes down to mind games. Because if you're Coldamenta, you're just starting to think, okay, when do I now change? When do I change what we're doing? And if you're looking at the current positions of all of the guild players, I'm guessing it's right now. We have seen a change in personnel, at least, over on this B site. Like, Vac has opted to try and take it. He's got himself one of the rifles, so that's probably the reason why. But realistically, it is still just going to be mostly leaning into this A site.
Bad Hunter's Fury. It's already found the first. We might not be a big fan of those super early round Hunter's Furies, but at least there has been a connection for it. Vitality.
Get out of my way.
Being on the back foot pretty much every step of the way. And now with Kadavra taking the Blade Storm, but Sanders still on a pistol and 45 health. Not looking any better to start this one off. A B side only has one defender, Tom, and I mean, look at this. Sure, Vitality are starting to push up on A. A little bit late. They might be able to catch Coldamenta, but on the B side, it's only Vac to defend, and nobody is anywhere close. He has to hold on, and he's already 24 health.
Oh, Save's going up above, just trying to hunt him down. There has been a kill on the other side, but it's going to be back to fall. Sure, the knives are gone, but there's still an operator in play. Now, the rest of the team not really able to cross right now. The flash will at least grant them a path, but already the remaining players are rotating through. Now, one has been caught on the flank. I believe that's Kada, and so they know at least that he's coming in from behind, and they need something here from Shadow, but he gets nothing as well. Trex just trading out too, and again, putting this in a really horrible spot. He'll finally get dropped, and the spike hasn't yet gone down, but they've already got the remaining kills anyway. It's another round for Guild.
7-2, man. This is what I was saying. You know, the thought of even stopping Guild at 6 or 7, it was looking unlikely that that would be possible, and it was the best case scenario. Now Vitality still with some of those ultis to play with that we had talked about before, still bringing out that operator on Kadavra, but we're looking at this being pretty much the last chance for a salvageable half. If Vitality lose out on this round, and I'm assuming they'll commit their ultis to it, although I look at Brams, my man's bought a Vandal. He's bought a Vandal.
He's going for those headshots.
He played. No, he played. I just want to be very clear. He played with a Phantom every other round. He has bought a Vandal, and now he
does more damage. You know, like easier to get kills in the pit. All right, that's what you're
fine.
thinking.
I'm fine with that. I'm so fine with that. It's okay.
Look how far Russ has already got. Like the drone's gonna go past, but that's the thing. It spots the player close, but they have no idea that he's already gone through. That is such an oversight. He should not be able to get this far without anybody realizing that this is starting to look very, very shaky for Vitality. Okay, Shadow will eventually peek and take down Safe, and they still have that Viper's Pit. Timing's everything, and Brams will win the duel. It's turned the round at least into their favor, and with Kada pushing aggressively, that'll be the spike down and another dropped.
Well, this round for Vitality seems to be going quite well. They've got the spike yet again. And Trex, despite having what would be a pretty good position most of the time, is going to have to play back into his own spawn to get that spike back. He's about to be spotted. Oops, not going to be spotted. Okay. But he'll walk right into the operator of Kada. If it's still looking his way, he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, no, that's an awkward fight. And now he'll be executed from behind as well.
Actually, Shadow will close it out. Like, it's a decent recovery from Vitality, but I'm still fairly uncomfortable with how far Russ managed to get without anybody spotting him. Like, as said, like Shadow managing to find a couple of trades, some decent timing on his peak with no one watching into the nest. It works out, and that's all Vitality can really hope for. And as we sort of mentioned, like, I think if you get 4 rounds on the defense, it's very much still workable. Like, we've seen so many comebacks at this point on the attacking side. I think the Vitality have an incredibly strong attack as well. So, again, not so worried about that. But just the amount of space that Guild have been able to take almost for free in a lot of rounds now, like with early B-site executions, mid-takes that get them a split in as well. It is very scary with how things have gone.
That is an interesting Viper's pit. Sender's already behind it, and he's taking a double. This is absolutely ridiculous. Guild trying to fight their way into mid. I don't think I've ever seen that pit before. And Sender has just aced the round, slapping them down and putting Vitality on 4. They desperately needed a round, and what a way to find it. My God. He's 16-9, and they're 7-4 down.
Yeah, he's definitely carried them through a few rounds, that's for sure. What? Like, just how quickly he was down mid as well, and then it's just running at them. Like, it was almost just like the confidence started flowing through his veins, like the blood pumping, and I don't know, but he was just landing everything that was put in front of him. He even switched away on his gun on Trex and still manages to switch back to the Vandal and find the shot once again. No surprise, it's going to be back to the B site for Vitality here. Katado's in a pretty decent spot, and he's already seen one of them at least.
2 Guardians and a Spectre to play with here for Guild. This isn't the best of times to really be getting up close and personal. Certainly not the best of times to be whiffing the shots, but luckily, Brams has got that memo. He's able to take a double before falling. The B site comes with a heavy cost, and that cost just keeps on stacking up. Leo drops the spike in the open now, and look at that. Trex is being spotted. You know exactly where he is, and with a Spectre, he's trying to close in that distance. Alexander will do it for him. That's all right. He'll take that upgraded weapon, 1v2, and even the ulti to play with. So this is kind of scary now, Tom.
Yeah, I think the information he's going to get is probably exactly what he will expect where the spike currently is, but it at least clears out some of these close wraparound angles, so it's not going to be impossible. He does actually have a cage, so he could just try and steal it, but I think he wants to try and even things up a little bit more before he does that, and Wildcat is not going to give him the chance. 7-5. You know what? That's a pretty damn good recovery. Considering the position that Vitality were in, they were losing the B site extremely easily. They had the hero play from Sender come out, and then those sort of closer rounds towards the end. That's a pretty decent half. It still worried me a bit, just the manner in which those 7 rounds were won by Guild.
It is strange as well if you look at certainly the previous round in how Vitality sort of won it with Sender just wrecking them. That's the kind of round that you'd expect from the team that's, you know, 7-3 up, not the one that ended up losing that round. I think that not the one that was behind coming into that. And I think for Vitality, having that massive boost of confidence, that massive morale boost when somebody takes an ace like that, you're right back in the game. And put that in context that they had already just won the first round in a long time. They had that little bit of morale, and then there's the ace. Now coming into this half, despite a pretty terrible 20 minutes of gameplay, they had a bad time. They're now coming in and they're like, hey, we can win this again. And this pistol could work wonders for that goal.
Oh yeah, 5 rounds on the defense. I think most teams would take that going into the map. Like, that's pretty decent. Brams as well. This is ready for safe checks. Okay, just goes up. He's like, all right, I expect you to be there. I know you're going to be waiting, and just gets a free kill.
Leo's seen them. He's going to reveal that, though. The recon giving it away for now. The shock dart on the way, but safe. Keeps on delivering. He's already got 3 and leaving Shadow on just 1 health. The shock dart chases him on the way out the doors, and it is 8 for Guild found. That pistol in flawless fashion as well.
Yeah, that was grotesque from Safe. We haven't seen as explosive moments when it comes to that attacking side, because normally he is just the point of entry, that aggressive dash in and just trying to take space for the team, which worked a lot of the time for them, giving other people the opportunity to find the frags. But, well, in this round, it was all him. And that's exactly what Guild needed, because when you have like such a streak of rounds, you're in such a dominant position and something like that slips away, it was exactly the same as we were talking about with Sender's ace. Like, someone takes over, wins you a round, and you're right back in it mentally.
Yeah, that's what it is all about. Now the opportunity to continue snowballing those rounds through. You look at Vitality, they've brought out a Marshall, but so have Guild, and the difference being nobody on Vitality has got shields to work with. These players are squishy. They're easy to deal with. in most of these fights for most of the weapons that Guild have to play with, but now they've lost one of them as Kata connects a headshot onto Russ. Giving another weapon over to them. A lot of control and a good amount of space now as they go to the B site. A plant can be found nice and easily. They've cleared it entirely. And forgot that mid exists.
They've just walked. Oh no, what's going on? They're just giving up all of these kills to mid and he's gonna go down as well. Did they think they had like a sage wall there or something? Like that doesn't make any sense. They're just completely open. Oh god.
I'm so confused. I've just seen like 3 players just completely oblivious that the only angle they were vulnerable from was mid. And they just
it's sort of like the other day when like Zescht bent over on cam and he looked back and he's like, no, I'm sure no one will do anything to me here, right? That's basically what just happened to Vitality. Like, no one's gonna shoot me from behind, are they?
I mean, I've got a theory. I feel like maybe I'm wrong here, but I think Zescht knew exactly what he was doing. That's all I'm saying.
I bet he gained loads of followers.
I bet he did. There's a right click from Safe, dealing massive damage to Kata, but in the end, he makes it away, evening up the numbers for now. Vitality of the rifles to play with. So those 1-to-1 trades, that's exactly what Guild want. Downside being that it was the Blade Storm, but considering he almost got 2 kills with it, he'll take it.
Kata's been tagged low as well, so there are real opportunities. In fact, that's another tag. 2 players on just 24 HP apiece. These Spectres become deadlier by the second, and well, the Marshals coming through could kill off any one of these players, so it is starting to get very, very scary. Brams, though, lands a shot onto Trex, and that could be the difference maker. It gives them a little bit of breathing room, a chance to get on the afterplant, and while retaking with short-range weapons is never going to be easy, this duel could be everything, though. Shadow is only on 24 HP.
And he's down. Rifle to be retrieved here. Coldamenta now has a good off angle to cover his teammate as they move up. In fact, that wall is great. It's going to lock them in the backside, allow these players to start taking open fights. Brams does such a good job, though. Saving the round for Vitality. That was really getting dicey, but this man has stepped it up and put 6 on the board. Still, though, Tom, all things considered, not a great round for the attackers.
Yeah, they lose a few players along the way. I guess that's sort of like the minimum you want to be taking into that round. Having a few players left, it's not great, but it's at least enough to go building into the next one. But yeah, this is a real chance for Guild to actually break back, and that would be the shame, because for Vitality, they're in a spot now where they can really build into this half if they manage to win this round. If they lose it, their economy's in the bin, and Guild are going to be getting towards 11 rounds.
It's a scary thought to start this one out. Vitality's attack. Going to be a little bit of pressure on A, a Viper wall there as well, but it's the B site that they look to push on into, now giving that well and truly away. Trex is trying to make it to the left side. Those players have pushed right past his utility by now. How have they still been caught? Why did they not destroy it? They revealed it. I'm so confused. And Trex is able to just sideswipe and take this round.
Oh, that is awful as well, because they suppressed. He got suppressed, so all of his utility disappeared, and then they sort of walked through it, and then just sort of carried on without realizing it was still there. That is as bad as it gets, isn't it?
Pretty much is, Tom. I'm not sure about you.
My feed is completely frozen. Yes.
Okay, cool.
If that's what you're about to say.
Yeah. I was right there with you. I was like, I hope there's nothing you want me to talk about right now, Tom, because I can't see it.
Well, if you couldn't tell, when I was talking, there was also nothing on the screen. So I feel like I played it off. I played it off.
No, I'll be honest. Tom. I was panicking. I was pressing all the buttons. I was refreshing everything.
Yep. Control Shift R. We learned that one from the best of them.
Yeah, that we did. I'm just glad it's not me. That's all I'm saying. I thought I had broken something. I thought I was responsible, but it's all good. I'm seeing on my screen. I don't know if we're on cam yet or not. I haven't even got it open. But hello, people. If we are, hi. Yeah, there was a little bit of a tech issue. Obviously, we're going to be jumping back in. We didn't really miss anything. Guild at 10-6. Players are back on my screen at least, so I'm sure it won't be too long until we're jumping right back on in. But exactly as we saw, right? Trex able to take those fights on B. What happened? Tom, like those trap wires that went down, I'm so confused. First of all, they didn't shoot them. Whatever, it's cool, right? Leave them there, whatever. They then walked into them when they were back online. Sender was blissfully unaware of what was going on around him. Well, that gave the kill, allowed Trex to then take the further angle in, drop the spike. Man, that was a disaster.
Well, that's the issue. I like the suppression they used. Like that's the Cypher's worst nightmare. All of his utility goes down in a second. He's the lone defender, but just Trex managing to dodge all of it for so long. I think by that point they were expecting that they would have killed him, and so then you just got all of that utility comes back online, and I feel like it's tunnel vision. Like you're so focused on finding where Trex is and killing him off so that utility goes down that you forget that it was even there in the first place. And well. And it has to be said, slip up, but also masterfully played by Trex, because he knows that, okay, I may have lost everything for the second, but I'm going to get it back in a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I was confused at the opportunity that they left him, but the fact that he still delivered on it is definitely commendable. It was a huge play that propels Guild into the lead. They were already 9-6 up, but as we said, the previous round, one before Trex's big play, Vitality had come up against weaker weapons and had lost most of their players. That now sets them up where coming back into this one, as we can see, they haven't really got anything to work with. 2 rifles, a stinger, and pistols. They're going to have to use their Blade Storm here on Kata, who's already pushed into the B site. And going to look to take that control with the Viper wall they've got down. It looks like it's going to be a pretty clean plant at least. And that will be then a Viper's Pit.
Okay, well, Vax just been wrecked. Like, that's the thing. They set up exactly the same way with the utility from Trex, but Trex was not there. So you could see the players basically looking to try and find out where he is this time, and they still haven't got rid of his cam. The players could just look to try and go for wallbangs. A lot of damage has come in onto Brams. Shadow, though, and Brams are going to come up big. A shorty kill, something you never really want to see, but is still happening with Safe, and he's right in the face of another. Brams is just using a stinger in his Viper's Pit, and it's done a lot of damage. Now it's into that 1 versus 1. Sender facing off against Trex, the time ticking down. He's got that defuse halfway through, but the cage is almost leaving. This is a bit of a ruse from the cam, making it clear that he's not on the spike, and Sender has played this one to perfection. There is not enough time for Trex to do anything, and it's going to be another round on the board for Vitality.
7-10. Not a round that I had them pinned as even close to favorites coming into, but you flip the site like that so much. Once you get in, get your Viper's Pit down, those weaker weapons are essentially rifles. But the surprising thing here was Brams. I mean, Safe finding the first kill was solid, but this right here, they walk into each other, and that's the turning point of the round. If Brams wins that fight, it is over and done with, but instead, they end up just about edging out the round and putting it at 10-7.
Is yours frozen again? Oh, I can see the dart flying over. Whee.
All right, let's just watch the dart then. Oh, never mind.
No, bring it back. Bring it back. We need that.
Give us our third person guy. Just fly over the site. It'll work better. There we go. Whoa. All right, we're on the site. And it looks like Vitality are too. They've pushed on past. They've got the same Viper wall down that we'd seen before. And they're going to look to take this B site. Same plant, but this time, Tom, they don't have that Viper's Pit. And that was, as we'd already mentioned, a big turning point of the round previously.
The thing is, though, it's going to come down much more to a full retake. Now, there's only one real weapon weakness, but I'm looking at Guild to try and actually pick some of these players apart. Sender is incredibly well placed, and wow, that's already Russ out on this retake, and that's the one player that was coming in from behind. Now every single member of this Guild roster is coming in from the same direction. I think they have to back out of this one, and it's looking like both teams are having similar problems. These B-site executions, a lot of teams will opt to try and play retake here, but they just don't seem to have anything to get them actually back into the site afterwards.
Camera taken out.
Trex, there's one at least. No, but he's dropped right afterwards. Operator shot coming out of Safe makes this much more workable. Sender and Kadavra having to hold on to it, but that time is ticking away, and these weapons looking to just save over inside of the halls, inside of spawn. But Vitality, they were a little bit too slow and hunted them down. And they went in through mid. They were trying to catch them on those exits, and instead, Guild were able to just sneak their way into the halls, bunker down, and carry those weapons through. But impressive attack so far from Vitality. It's like, we have to remember, we were almost calling time of death. They were one round essentially away from being done, When you're just sitting at this 7-3 scoreline where Guild are looking almost untouchable. And now they're jumping right back into this game. And sure, they gotta, you gotta be realistic even, sorry. And the fact that Guild won the pistol, right? So like, Guild have everything going their way now to start this second half. And yet Vitality are not letting it go.
If they didn't lose a round to a stinger, this realistically could have been over. Like that's the real scenario we're looking at right now. That saved Vitality's economy, and well, now we're going to see the null command thrown in towards this A site. A switch up. The spike's still quite far behind, but they're using this just to try and garner a little bit of extra space. And again, it's looking like Guild are almost set to just play this retake. Now, it looks like a buy because of the weapons that they saved, but bear in mind that Trex and Rust still have some pretty weak weapons.
Spike planted.
His timer ticks on. You got to take the fight eventually. It's not ideal with, like you were saying, those weaker weapons. Use the flashes. Teammates coming out to cover the angles with that operator. Lock down a lot of the ranged ones. Look for the Spectres up close, but Rust and Safe dealt with immediately. One for Trex, but they need more. They need so much more, and now they're starting to find it. With Kata down, but the timer is really the biggest constraint here. And the Hunter's Fury is going to guarantee that, but hold on. That's going to get the kill. Okay, this should be done. 1v1, already halfway defused, but Shadow's going to swing out. Hold on, actually, it's going to be close. And he sticks it right under his nose. The timing, only just barely rounding the corner in time. 11-8. Oh, man. That was looking like it was going to be locked in. The time was so low, Tom.
Yeah, the importance of sticking it to half, I guess. Just tanking those initial hits from the Hunter's Fury just to make sure that you get yourself through the rounds. Guild are going to eke one out. Trex at the harbor once again. He is having a fantastic map. And that's one of the things, like, I think Trex has been one of those players that both of us have talked about for quite a while as someone who should be picked up. Did I think I was going to enjoy him playing a Cypher? Not really. Have I enjoyed it? Definitely.
Can't use that.
I can't really disagree with you on that one. It did seem like a bit of a strange pick. A bit of a strange start to this round as well for Vitality, leaving the spike all the way inside of spawn.
Destroyed.
And talk about a slow round for this attack. I think with the fact that they're looking to push up mid, take these fights the way they are with a Marshall. I'm not really like I'm looking at this from Guild's perspective, right? You have the operator, it's looking over mid. They don't need to move. They can just sit down on their defaults, hold it out, and this is something that Vitality are hoping that Guild make a mistake, that they overextend, that they overcommit towards fights. But for now, that's not the case. Guild are just chilling.
Patient play. No need to get aggressive, especially when you know your opponent's economy is somewhat on the brink. Fundamental those in a little bit of trouble here. 49 HP, he's just going to get taken out straight away from back, and well, suppressed in the corner. An operator definitely not ideal for this sort of play. So the trade's coming through thick and fast. Again, this B-side for both teams has looked vulnerable. Leo will at least get one back, but it's at the cost of his teammate Russ.
As they start to close in the distance now, looking to avenge Russ. The angles are being watched. There's too many players for Vitality on that backside and not enough for Guild to really, not enough utility for them to push them out. At this point, Trex is just looking to save. At least you can imagine so. He's fighting a lot. He's going to be able to get out of there.
11-9. Again, this is definitely not out of the realms of possibility for Vitality, especially being on that attacker side, and especially with the weakness they've clearly found on that B side. And that's actually been the interesting thing about this matchup, is that most of the time when you look at this map in particular, you're looking at A-site simulator almost. Like, a lot of teams will just go for the same execution, the drone alongside the Viper wall, pushing in through it, try and find an opening kill, get an afterplant, and then have your lineups. Like, that has been something we watched for pretty much the whole of the last season. It has changed drastically in this matchup. Like, everybody just seems to be having so much success, like, pushing into that B-site, having much stronger afterplants than we're used to seeing. And, well, from a very passive attempt to a very aggressive one coming out from Guild. Only a Blade Storm alongside some pistols this time, so they're going to take a bit of a risk. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to retrieve any form of weaponry, so although it's a man advantage, Vitality is still very much in the driver's seat.
With the B side again looking so tempting. You can just walk right in, and they're starting to peek out on these angles and really experiment with it. Indeed, Get very close to destroying that cam. Eventually, that Viper wall does come down. And you can see that the temptation has pulled them in. They'll be going for B as Russ falls elsewhere on the map, trying to get aggressive. But looks like that doesn't deter Guild. Safe is going to do exactly the same, starting to move up to the window, or Kata currently is. This is a free kill. Oh, no! Oh, save! He's completely whiffed it! Kata gets away with the freest kill of his life, and now Vitality, well, they are in the driver's seat. They've got the man advantage, and it's only building. That could have been the round for them. What a whiff.
Oh, like he only had one knife, so yeah, I feel a little sorry for him, but that has gone as wrong as it could have done. And the worst thing is as well, if he just had a classic there, he probably still gets the kill. Like that's the most infuriating thing. It's just you want that one knife back. You want your knives back overall. And also, it would have given him the rest of his Blade Storm, and then he would have got a free operator as well. So that probably would have changed the round completely. Unfortunate stuff for Safe. I'm sure he's going to want to forget that one nice and quick, as they're now coming back in with the purchase of their own operator into his own hands. But one round is the difference now, Mitch.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Safe and I've got an op right now, I'm not blaming him for pushing up. You want to recover your honor almost from the previous round, right? But Kata's the one picking up the opening. Leo to fall at the hands of this Jet operator. Been wreaking havoc in these last few rounds as Vitality once again set their sights on B. The fact that they've heard that Viper's pit go down does not deter them. They still have a drone to work with as well. Shadow having that online this late into the round could be super useful, but he's about to take a risky fight as they push all the way through holes, and Russ will eliminate him. Now that Viper's pit becomes so much more difficult to handle.
Yeah, but they've got a lot of space around mid because of the amount of players that push. Safe will be watching it, supporting his player from afar, and well, knowing there's at least a couple of players in that direction and the aggressive push from Russ, Vitality have deduced that there must be an opening on this A site.
Yeah, well, they know those players have pushed up through holes. They know there's a Viper's Pit and a second player on B with an op. So are you going to play Viper's Pit and op, or are you going to play two other dudes you kind of know where they are? It's the movement back towards the A site. But it's the problem is, because holes is being taken, look at the rotate from Kata. It's going to take so long. Every corner, every corridor needs to be cleared. And in fact, he's about to run into Russ. No! Russ stepped back and away just as Kata came back into Cave. The question is, does Russ have an idea? And even if he doesn't, he's going to go towards Cave to try and catch these A players. They're about to meet each other, and it's Kata that ends up coming out on top as Russ falls. That is Cave secured, and Vitality, oh, well, with that op kill, they look set to take this round across the line.
That was absolutely everything. Russ looks away for a literal second, and that's enough to give the space to Kata. Now Trex fighting back in. He's found an angle. There's some space into the site, knowing exactly where one of the remainder is now, especially with Kata. He can give the information over to Safe. He's looking to try and peek that with the operator. Rams is still on the site itself, but that is filthy from Kata, who's going to close it out with the ace. Vitality even things up in style. 11-11 going into round 23.
Close game that we end up getting, and you know, Tom, it's funny because you brought up the 9-3 curse, and obviously just in general to make the point of how attack-sided this map is, how it's not uncommon to see a team do incredibly well on the attack side and then flip over and kind of fall flat. And that is exactly what has then happened right here and now. In fact, for Guild, those early rounds, winning the pistol is all that's kept them alive as they come out through this defensive side. And now they need to find a little bit more, and it's on pistols. The problem is, their opponents don't have pistols this time, well, so, you know, it can be a little harder.
In the last 6 rounds, the round they won was that defuse in front of Shadow. That's it. And that was with a few pistols in the mix and Trex just managing to defuse it in front of them. So it's basically been 6 rounds in a row, because that probably shouldn't have gone the other way. So yeah, Vitality proving that they definitely do have that strong attacking side. I think they've had some decent adaptations here and there. And while this buy stings from Guild, like I'm looking at a Bucky and I'm really curious what they're gonna do with it.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Yeah, to be honest, that was one of my thoughts when I was looking at those pistols. Why Bucky on this map? Why Bucky full stop? I think is where I would start with that one. But for Coldamenta, more of a question. Bucky solo B. There was no one on this side of the map. There's no one in mid. There's no one anywhere to help him. This man is solely and entirely alone with the bookie. Luckily, Vitality are going the other way, and they're going right into Safe, who's already taken the first, who's going in for more, and doing a massive amount of damage. A Shock Dart about to go through after that damage was done, and Brams falls. Oh my god! Vitality are running into these pistols, and they're getting obliterated. Another one for Russ, and here comes a flank play. Sure, they've caught Trex, but there's still so many more to deal with.
Well, I will say, Coldament has the worst flank weapon of all time, so all he can do is hold them in. He cannot push off of this, but it doesn't matter, because they're landing everything else! It's just a sheriff round coming out from Guild. They needed an absolute miracle to stand any chance. The buy stunk, but somehow they win it anyway. Ludicrous.
I am at a loss for words on that one. How have they come in with pistols? You know the worst part about it? It's the fact that the bookie lurk, having that solo weapon and holding close inside his orb on B, it was the whole idea of the round, and I hate it. And I love Cold Amanda, but I hate him for that idea because it worked so well. You play the bookie in your orb on B. If they push you within the first 30 seconds, they're dead. If they don't push you in the first 30 seconds, your A players have pushed up. And they're now flanking them. You know, you use your snake bite, slow them, bookie snake bite, it's already going to be good. Then you have a flank, you've got them crunched in. It's a good gamble for the round that it was, and it worked out perfectly with catching them in A main. I just really hate it.
Well, you can see this time they're making sure that they destroy all of the utility. What? Okay, Leo. That might be the most tags I've ever seen coming out from one blast of a Hunter's Fury, and this is looking done. Look how low these players are. They are in a 3 versus 5. 2 players have 105 HP between them, and Kada is being isolated. It's left all on to Sender on their map choice, the first map of a best of 5, in a decent position, and it has slipped away to some pistols and a ridiculous Hunter's Fury. Can he do anything here to try and turn the tide? The answer is no. Guild are going to take map 1.
A resounding no on that one as well. Well, they went about it the long way, that's for sure, but damn, did they get there in the end. Guild winning out map number 1 of this BO5. Vitality have got to be gutted, frankly. I mean, there is nothing worse than a close loss like that. Your OTs, your 13 to 11s, but when you fight your way back into it, Tom, and then have it snatched away at the last moment, that's not a great start, but the good thing is it's a BO5, so the gravity of the situation isn't really felt just yet.
Yeah, I'm also liking the fact that Guild seem to have a real cheese factor to some of their rounds. The fact that you're seeing these sort of Coldamenta gimmicks, like we sort of mentioned it, but also just like winning the round with Trex and just a pistol and defusing in front while his opponent has a Hunter's Fury. It's like, those are cool little things that I feel like Guild could work on the rest, but having that as like in your locker already, it's a good sign for this roster and a great sign for this series, because a 13-11 to start things off, some really back and forth gameplay. You know what? It's not bad for map 1.
Not at all, but map 1 is now done and dusted. It's behind us. Time to move on to map number 2. Before we get there, we got to go to a break. When we come back, our analyst desk will break down all of that action and set up map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
wanna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still
What a great start for Guild as they take map 1 in this best of 5. I'm Yinsu and I'm back on the desk with Zescht and Ryan. Guys, you guys lean towards Guild, both of you. But Zescht, did you expect the game to be this close in the end? I thought it was going to go to overtime.
The first half didn't tell us that story at all, but as Ryan and myself said, the first half's going to decide a lot. And well, it did in the end, though in a very close fashion towards the end. The most interesting part for me is really, when we take a look at how Guild attacked, is how much respect they got by Vitality. A lot of B attacks came in, a lot of B main aggressions that worked quite well because they simply got on site. As stupid as it sounds, they simply got on site. With then the right workings of obviously a drone and also a safe just dashing there to get a lot of room for the team. And that in the end caused Vitality to struggle a lot of times in the retakes because there was still Trex. The man was aware of any lurk. The man was aware of any player who was just trying to flank around. And he was costing them a good chunk of time. So that's a perfect example of just that. I very much enjoyed that kind of situation. But then the second half came and, well, the same thing again, just the other teams.
You sort of expected Vitality to have a bit more life in them, and after a pretty good start despite losing the pistol, and everything after that ace we saw from Sender specifically, it seemed that Vitality were a bit more on board. But overall, we sort of set up the KO versus Sky in that matchup. The KO was a non-factor for Vac. He was doing everything that a KO should be doing, but Gil did well to play around it to find better timings, and I think Russ and Leo, despite not being high on the ACS, were very important to finding those openings, not only on attack, but on defense too.
Honestly, that safe miss is haunting me. I really didn't want to watch that again. But Zescht, do you feel like, you know, it was a bit of a KO diff there? Was that the reason? I guess the lack of effect from the KO was the reason that they weren't able to clutch this?
I see the point on that. That the thing for me personally is that specifically with the B side, when you're an attacker, with the dagger you have a good bunch of opportunities to deactivate the abilities over on that side and just easier enter, because usually the trap wire would, for example, spot you. The K just would make the noise that you know you're in there. But that even happened a few rounds where they got on the side and used the dagger, but Trex was smart enough to say, I'm not going to take any fight, I'm going to stay as passive as possible and wait it out until every bit of my utility is reactivated. When that happened, they just ran into it. Like, they didn't realize that they deactivated for some reason, which made it a little bit weird. Those were some rounds where it seemed sloppy from Vitality, where they could have just said, okay, we got the dagger in, destroy the utility, and then we have a clear sight, but that didn't happen.
I think the teams on this map, though, I was just going to quickly say, it's just the fact that you can't play KO passively. Like Sky, you can sit back to get that information with the flashes, but KO, you need to be a bit more aggressive. That's what Seek's really good at on Ascend for when he's playing KO on this map, right? I think Vac was sort of sitting back a little more.
Yeah, I mean, I know I said I didn't want to see the whiff again, but there is a round I would like to revisit, Ryan. I believe you want to break this down for us.
Yeah, and it's pretty much exactly that. I think that Vitality, they did like to push a lot on their defense, and more than anything, they got a bit unlucky with where they were pushing to get information. The problem is that, kind of like Zescht said, Trex is really good at exploiting this space. He was hanging around on B main this whole time. He spotted that there's nobody really here. The problem is Vac's trying to be really subtle in this approach, but Leo's utility, the timing of it, really good. This is a good flash to try and protect himself, and Safe plays this masterfully. He's trying to be in the face, he's trying to be a target in the air to take the attention of these Vitality players. I really like this sort of post-plant retake toxic screen that comes in from Brams, but because Vac was left on his own, it's a bit late, and this utility thrown in, Trex is a nice angle, and he is really good at playing a pretty boring role in the sense of sitting back almost on B main, being the anchor player, but once he can find those openings and exploit them, he was very good at that. I think watching him versus Sender was like the nice matchup between the agents, but I think that sort of subtle difference was what made Guild's attack a lot more potent than Vitality's.
I'd sign that, and this is the sad part as well, because KO, as we've witnessed in the past, can be played quite aggressively and also successfully to deny so much utility of those Sentinels. But again, the problem is, especially there, as you've mentioned, Ryan, when you are as Vitality, pushing sides and pushing positions and gaining a lot of room as a defender, but your opponent's on a totally different side. And every time you want to flank, there's a Sentinel in the form of Trex who's taking up all your attention, and you first have to kill him because he could be there and could be taking you out, flanking you, whatever it is. It is a problem, and that is what Trax has done specifically good. Vitality, when they aggressed, it seemed, unfortunately, for me personally, either the wrong position, because they're ruling out, that makes sense, but also when they were fighting, for example, B main and tried to swing it a little harder, Guild was ready for it. Guild was just picking them off guard, and that's what just was really the unfortunate thing here for Vitality when they were defending.
Yeah, they are on the back foot now. But like I said, this is going to be a marathon. It's not a sprint. They have a lot of opportunities to get back into this series. We're going to take a quick break here. But like I said, an opportunity for Vitality to get back in this on Bind, which is going to be up right after this.
Get money.
Vitality's map pick, but we are moving on now to Bind, which is picked by Guild. Now, none of us are really that surprised, Ryan, that Guild decided to pick this map right off the bat.
No, I think it's something that's looked really solid for them every time that we've seen it in some of these best of threes. It has been fairly straightforward with how they've approached stuff. It's a map that they seem pretty comfortable on their meta. You get some interesting things like Holdamenta playing the Astra, for example. Trexu is pretty good on the Cypher now, moving over to Viper. But the thing I'm excited about for Vitality's side, we see Vax Raze, and that's got one of the highest ACSs, I think, across all of the agents so far in this tournament. It would make up nicely for some of the mishaps on the KO from Breeze, right?
Perfectly said. This was what I was trying to focus on as well, because Vac did not have a great game just individually, purely individually, right there on Breeze. It's time to make up for that now on nothing else than Bind. He's a man who can be quiet, swift around sides. For example, pushing a short as an attacker with his little blast packs to get a lot of room into lamps, for example, when there's an A attack coming in. That can be very annoying, that can be very speedy, and that can become a problem for Guild, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we do also have that distinction between the Raze and the Jet, the head-to-head. As Zescht, I actually prefer the Raze. What about you?
Raze has one big advantage, and that would be room cleaning utilities, in the sense of that you have your little boom bot that can clear out spaces like hookah, for example, quite efficiently, and also that you have the Raze nade. Simple thing said, those pain shells obviously can deal a lot of damage, force players away from sides, and in a great combination of utilities. So, for example, if you're combined with an Astra with a Gravity Well, you have safe kills to a certain degree. So that can become a big problem, and this is why I understand why some prefer Raze over Jet. At the same time, Jet is fast, Jet is confusing, Jet is causing a lot of chaos on the side. That's the two differences between the two. It is, to a certain degree, personal preference and how a system works within a team in my eyes.
And okay, but what do you prefer, Zescht? Sorry, I wanted to put you on the spot. What do you think is better? Oh, okay. Ryan, what about you?
Yeah, I was going to say, the only thing is just like, out of everything, the Judge and Hookah is what I'd prefer. And that's something that obviously our good friends over at Liquid are very good at, but I've also seen Holdamenta do it a little bit too. Sure. So they're prepped for it, I think. And it's when you're looking at the teams that they've played up against, like 10 Star, which we've having like Polvi on your roster, he can bring out that Raze and be pretty good on it, right? So I don't think it's a case that they're going to be underprepared, and also Safe has been consistent. I even think the last map was quite quiet from his standards, and he still had like a 1.9 KD and 250 ACS. That's how good Safe has been this year.
Yeah, I vote that we answer every question with either the Judge or Brimstone. Like, oh, what do you think is the best map? The Judge. Yeah, that's it. Nothing else. But what I will say is, on the side of Vitality, they have a lot of footage to work with. I think Guild might be the team that was on stream the most. I think every single one of their games, from the very first stage of open qualifiers all the way up until now, Zescht, has been streamed. So Vitality, they could just do their homework here and maybe whip out some hard counters.
That's very well said, because especially Vitality, with what we've seen so far, are struggling a bit when it comes to attack. So reading into the defense of Guild, where in my eyes, for example, it's a very information heavily based kind of play, where you often see somewhere mid-round Sova and Sky synchronizing their utility. So that would be Leo coming in with the information dart, for example, and that would be obviously combined with Russ picking up his little doggo, combining that, finding a lot of information. But how do you counter that as Vitality? Because you got to pick up those attacking rounds again, funny-wise, and it has to be done in a quite solid fashion, because otherwise Guild might feel too comfortable, as they somehow did in the first half, in my eyes, over there on Breeze.
Yeah, Ryan, I want you to answer this as well, but we're going to jump into Agent Select real quick now. And yeah, what do you think about that point?
I think the main thing for Vitality to nail down is just sort of that extremity control, I guess, is what I'd say. Like, Guild are very good at sort of playing very centrally in the map. So I think for me, what keeps Vitality in this, they're just sort of picking up the same composition. It's Bind. We're sort of used to everything looking about the same. I think it's make sure the Safe can't get the operator online much. And if that can, like, now that you got Kada over on the Sky too, could he be on the up a little bit as well? Would that even make sense? That's my concern going into this map in particular, and just sort of seeing how both these teams want to approach it. I think that like Showers and B-Long is the pain points that Vitality need to keep a hold of. And if they keep pushing on defense, they might be able to find some luck there too.
I mean, you guys both leaned towards Guild on map 1 on a Breeze. Are you feeling the same on this map at all, or do you think Vitality have a chance to get back into this game?
Oh, I personally would say Guild have a quite good chance of picking that one up, and especially if they pick it up, it's sinister times over there for Vitality. It would be a free map run they would need to do in case they'll get it. I have high hopes. Guild was playing a very patient and very coordinated attacking side. The defending side looked also promising with the information-based kind of approach they had, so I believe this could be a 2-0 we're seeing at the end all here of Bind.
I think for me, I'm looking at Cinder to be the hero a little bit for Vitality. I think that like Viper is such a pivotal agent, and Trex and Cinder on the Cypher was really fun on Breeze, but now that they're moving on to the Viper, it's map control, it's lurking, it's trying to exploit space as much as possible or hold it on like showers with some toxic screen lineups. I think Cinder, if it is Vitality defending first, I might be wrong on that. It's making sure that you don't let Guild into those spaces and to get those orbs too.
Well, thank you very much, you two. It's time for us to jump back into game on Bind with Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yes, we're ready to jump right back on into the game. Bind coming up next, Tom. And I mean, after a close 13-11 opener, this BO5's delivering. So I'm pretty excited to jump on into this map.
Yeah, I think it should be another close one. Like, I think every single game we've casted of Vitality so far has been incredibly close, so I would be surprised if there was anything different. The main worry for me going into this map is the fact that I think the only issue I see with the Vitality squad is their initiators. I think we saw it in the last map, like it didn't exactly look great with the KO. In this map, the comp that they're running involves 2. Now, Shadow, his Sova's not bad. I think maybe even push towards like he's a pretty decent Sova. I'm not convinced by Cadaverous Sky. Of all of the agents he's played, like over the last few months, it's definitely been the weakest of the lot. And on this map in particular, the man he's up against, Russ, I think is one of the better Skies. So I think that matchup could be something that maybe decides the match. But hey, there's a lot of other factors that will come into play.
Well, that's going to be something to keep an eye on for sure then, Cadaver playing in on that agent. But I think, safe, Jet in hand, got to keep an eye on this guy now. Taking a Jet on this map is not too common, right? You don't typically see teams, or rather, this is one of the maps where teams will stray away from having a Jet. We've seen it recently, depending on the comp you want to run. But starting on the attack, I think Guild have made a good call here for blitzing through that utility. Remember with this iteration of the map as well. We're going to get that spike going down nice and early on here in the pistol as Guild just walk into the A side, really.
Yeah, more of the same of what we saw. And on the other side, I think Vitality have gone for an early push. However, though, it is going to be Russ to start things off. Playing in that close angle in the corner. Looking to try and do as much as he can. In fact, Safe's going to have to go all the way around. It might not matter, though, because his teammates are doing a lot of the damage. He's got a long way still to run. They're just defusing. It is going to play the part, and there's nothing he can do at this stage. I don't know if he meant to go in the TP. I don't know if that was part of the plan. But Sender, well, highlighted by Ryan, he has popped off. 3 kills in the pistol.
That is a pretty strong start indeed. I was getting a little bit worried there as well, because when you start that nade that came out, after Vitality had pushed up through B, got the flank on A. Obviously, the reason Guild are able to walk on A so free, Vitality push B and play retake on A, giving them all that space and hiding inside of lamps to allow that flank to come through. And then the nade went down from Vac, but it bounced backwards and ended up hitting Brahms for quite a bit of damage, making him very easy to be taken down by a Frenzy. And the round kind of came under some pretty... It came under some pretty heavy threat at that point. But Vitality end up coming out on top of their 1-0. That's a big thing, right? The fact that Guild come in here and take these weapons, again, they're going to overrun A, but Vitality might not expect to be running into this kind of buy.
I like that. They've gone through the teleporter and split them apart, picked off that first man in Russ, who was meant to be holding onto the bathroom's control. Now this is incredibly unsafe, but they have the teleporter just to go back. There is nobody currently on the other side of the map, which would definitely make things a little bit tougher. Of course, there was a small amount of utility in order to try and slow them down, but hasn't really done anything. So we get a 3v3. The remaining players, well, at least 2 of them, do currently have some weaponry in their hands as well. And because Leo hasn't spotted anyone, he'll know where they're coming from.
Oh, it's perfect! That is such a nice snake bite. Oh my god. Well, with that one going down, we're starting to look at a little bit of a better position to play for here for Guild. It's a 2 versus 1 Sender. 31 health left. The shock dart almost catching him as he walks through this doorway. So many players left to find. He's going to use an orb, but look at the plans. It's not even for him. Oh, he thought it was going to be up close. Of course, that's where he put the snake bite down for in the first place.
Yeah.
And now we end up at that 1-1 scoreline. A really good fight back by Guild. And one of the rare times we see those second round forces pay off.
Yeah, it's a scenario as well where they got a few kills and they got the plant in the previous round, but also on Bind in particular, there's so many angles or battles that you can take where if there is a rifle or if there's even a bulldog, guardian, whatever you name it, the advantage kind of disappears because of how you set up into the round. And that's exactly what they did. They went for a very fast play. I also don't think that Vitality played it badly. Like the split they had through the teleporter themselves, picking off the first player, it was just that they left that B site so open, it gave Guild the opportunity to adapt.
Now at the start of this, Vitality have Sender put an orb through to defend inside of Hookah. That's going to help if Guild go towards that side of the map. At the start of the round, they don't. The pressure is clearly applied on the A side. But again, they see a lot of utility, a couple of players. They start to shift things back slowly. Make sure there's no pushes coming up on the B site. They're not getting any contact just yet. And this is where you start to think, they already know their opponents are on an eco. Nobody is pushed up. Stark contrast to the pistol round. Maybe they're just stacked up. Maybe they're waiting for you to push on in. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, eventually you've got to take space. But thankfully it's Sender that walks forward, gives Guild the opening. They're still going to try and pressure in towards Hookah though. Oh, that was a big mistake.
One less.
I think those are the moments where you do really wish you had yourself a raise just to be able to clear some of those close angles, because a shorty versus a boombot, I'd actually bank on the boombot most times. Unfortunately, in this case, well, there's definitely other benefits to the Jet, and for Safe, he's actually only one orb away now from getting his Blade Storm for the next. Considering it will be a buy coming through, that's going to be a pretty big deal. And any extra kills that can come up here, well, actually, this is now looking workable. Shadow getting a kill with a classic. I don't think he's retrieved the weapon just yet, but Cadaver's got one.
This is such a risk, man. That flash coming in through mid as well. They can now start the defuse. They've got a position to cover, but Shadow's way out in the open. That is not a favorable fight at all. Halfway defuse, Kata. Now they know he's not on it. There's no reason for them to even peek on in. The time is going to do all the work for them.
Remaining.
Yeah, he cannot possibly get this. Still good damage in the end. What I will say here, Tom, I'm going to put it plain and simple. Safe almost through that round, man. He plays into Hookah versus an eco, and the whole round was played by Guild as if they're versus an eco. They were acutely aware of what they're up against. There's no doubt in my mind about it. And after finding that pick when they push up on A, maybe the thought was that, as I had said, they were stacked up at that point, and that was going to be like the whole team pushing A. But that's not how Vitality have played any of these defensive rounds so far. That's not a very common thing to play. It is a huge risk to run into Hookah like that. Safe gets dropped. They retrieve a weapon. Cadaver goes on to kill someone with that weapon, and we spiral into this position where Guild only have one player left alive coming out of that. It seems like a quirky little kind of eccentric, oh, I'm going to push into Hookah and see if I can catch some timing versus the pistols. Get some kills, get the Blade Storm. Sure, there's a risk to it. I'm farming that Blade Storm's definitely a key intention. But right there, the risk reward was just underlined clearly. That was nasty.
The other thing as well is their economy wasn't in the greatest of spots. So now they come in with an SMG themselves. And also, there's ults that have been earned up. Like going into round 4, having yourself a Viper's Pit alongside Seekers for the team that ultimately lost 2 of the 3 rounds, that is not bad. That's why they've been able to completely lock out the bathrooms, and they have a 3-man stack because of it. So Vitality have set themselves up nicely. Now on the other side, there's likely to be a combination as well with their own Seekers. I'd be surprised if they're not going to try and utilize them here to give them a chance in this round, and well, there you go.
Yep, the Seekers are going to even reveal Brahms. They should know that he's close, and indeed they do. Taking him down in the end and clearing the site, or so they think, but Shadow sneaks his way in. Luckily, he too will be detected. This will all fall by the wayside to leave a 5 versus 2. Those economy concerns we had after the previous round now start to subside, especially with the fact that, okay, Guild aren't going to hunt because they've got rifles, and they don't want to just completely tank their economy for no reason. But they have a Blade Storm. So there is an opportunity here for these guys to potentially come through, lose a weapon in one of the future rounds, and still have that little bit of an extra bolstered down economy. Cole Dementa came in playing with a Spectre. He's got a free upgrade. I mean, this has been a remarkable round for the attackers. And then add to that what we've been seeing this whole time, which is that back and Sender, yes, they will save weapons, but it's inside a Viper's Pit. That is now removed from the round, and having that out of the way so early in the game for 0 impact, hell yeah. You'll let them save 2 weapons for that.
But that's the thing, that the Seekers went through as well for the defenders, so they knew the push was coming. I think the timing of everything was just a little bit better. Like they had themselves the Cosmic Divide go through, place that down, and then use that to isolate some angles, so that then when they put the Seekers through, they only have to go for the players who realistically can do them any damage. And that's just a nice take. Of course, everything that comes with it, some decent entries along the way, not losing a single player is also very impressive walking into a 3-man stack, even with Seekers. So, yeah, Guild, after what was a little bit of a shaky round, now come back swinging, and, well, the purchase coming up for Vitality, not going to be fantastic. Mostly pistols, a couple of rifles alongside it, still something that Guild have to be wary of, and while you can see they've set up early in a default, they've got a lot of utility giving them information as well.
This is the kind of buy you want to be cautious of, but not scared of, right? You still want to take space. You still want to fight for those orbs as well. You don't want to let them have that free control, which is why we're seeing Bathroom so heavily skirmished for. Cat is able to at least pick up 1. Now, with that, and the fact, look at where the spike is. It had to be Trex to go back and get that, which means that weapon is freely available inside of Bath, and they're about to notice that.
They didn't see him go past. Like, the screen was down as well. Now, they'd have the idea when the screen was up that maybe he could have snuck his way through. But he's hearing the footsteps of the rotations because of the drone. The drone's been thrown in on long just to try and bait them out. And now, Shadow just baited the steps. He just tried to run just to try and trick him into peeking. They know he's there, and they might even spot the spike, which is now trying to sneak its way through the site.
And he's called for that rotation early, having already spotted safe. So Cat is here to clear this out with him. Recon confirms they've got control over it. And there's the Viper's Pit active. Look who's coming around the side. It's safe to catch Cat off. Why does he go back in for that control through the Viper's sword? I don't know. But it works out, completely catching them off guard. And Shadow is left in a 1v4. Playing back into a Viper's Pit as well, having to get that defuse, and he's got 27 HP. The odds are definitely stacked against him on this one, I think it's fair to say. Even getting out with a rifle will be tough. I think he seems to be thinking about just doing damage.
This is a round that I think I could watch back like 15 times, and there would just be like a load of different things that we saw, because that was all about mind games. Like, firstly, we saw the sort of drone thrown in on B to try and bait rotations, which it did. Then Shadow used the steps to bait out the peak of the other side. Then moments later, Trex baits the plant, and Cadavra goes to try and kill him while he's planting, even though he wasn't anymore. Like, it's just, those are micro plays. Those are tiny little things that both teams are doing within the same round to try and bait the other into making a mistake, and it works out for Guild in the end with Cadavra being the one to go down. But I feel like there were multiple moments where either team could have won that round just based off their own intelligence.
There's going to be a heavy fight right at the start. That recon doesn't catch the players. You're going to have a grab well as they try to spam them on down. What's the decision here for Vitality? Crossing back over is risky, but that smoke is going to disappear eventually. Now they do still have all their stars, and Bram's on the other side of the map, so he can call for this any time. And they'll be just fine. It looks like Vitality really want them to push up so they can put a grab well down, but but Guild is scared of it. They see that star, they know there could be players either side, they don't want to mess with it. Instead, they'll use their drone to fight for hookah. I like this adaptation, right? They see that this is a little bit sketchy. Let's just clear out the control with the drone and then reset into the round. They're playing it patiently.
Crossback from Shadow, and now they're going to get aggressive. They're just waiting for this. It's so smart from Guild. They expected that push to eventually come through, not seeing anybody fighting for any sort of hookah control, so they guessed where the other players are going to be. And now they're even looking to try and fight back in that direction, but Vitality still have no idea. They've not gone pushing forward. They've not taken any control out of hookah just yet.
30 seconds left.
If anything, because of the push through on the other side, they're finally going to realize that this is going to be a B hit, but I think it's going to be too late.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the clock is going to be against them on this one. Unless Shadow's able to mow them down on the cross. This recon's already gone through, and it hasn't even found a tag as they just cross on over. 10 seconds left as the plant goes down. The shots would have to be gorgeous because he's inside the tube. Nice and safe, nice and secure. Time not going to be a problem for Guild now, but they have lost Trex. And with that, look at Sender. He's caught Coldamenta. He's actually cleared the angle. The Hunter's Fury going straight down through the tunnel. It's free as can be. Safe Good for one, but he has to find 3. 1 up in. Hookah still will be caught on the way out. Safe, looking to clutch this now in the 1v1. Still with a dash online. And a headshot to close it. A 1v3 for Safe. Guild just will not let Vitality into this map.
He's just better. He predicted every single play they were going to make. Every single positioning of his crosshair in that round, in that clutch, was perfect. He was waiting for every swing. First player there, he knows the second player is going to try and jump out. He's waiting for that as well, and then just holds exactly where the last man is. If that happened in your matchmaking game, you would have reported him for wall hacking.
100%. But a big thing there is the information his teammates were giving him in that moment. The comms must have been clean because he was not panicked. He was not lost. He knew exactly what was happening every step of the way. Incredible gameplay by Guild right there to put 5-1 on the board, and now they're against Pistols. 6 should be secured. But Vitality are going to try something a little bit nasty. Playing for orbs on either side in a way, but they're not taking them. They're playing for the orbs in such a way that they're wanting Guild to take them, to push up and try to seize that control, at which point the Pistols can then fight back. And that Cloudburst feels like it was Safe trying to check if they were left side, like he was trying to bait them out into peeking to get that little bit of information. Guild are being super cautious right now. This is exactly what I want to see versus Pistols. Now they want to group and push into the side together, and with the util they've been using on B, Tom, look at this. There's already a rotate going over there. So the A side is ripe for the taking. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like Vitality already did this in one of the previous rounds, especially the other side of the map. It does, however, give them a very quick rotation, and while it's going to have to be a turnaround, Russ, again, he's completely trapped, and he gets Canna while he's completely blind. That's gross. Now he's being flanked again, but he's switched his positioning to just hold for this. Oh, that's going to be infuriating. Again, like, they basically made that play to try and isolate a player like Russ, and just a little bit of luck goes a long way. Those are some nice shots, though, from Brams. I will say there's not really much need to kill him because he doesn't have any guns. He's just got a pistol, but it seems like Guild don't care at this point.
Yeah, I think they're past the point of caring for sure. I kind of want to see Brams. Yeah, look, he's baiting them in. He's got a rifle. He's not going to get anything else out of that. I've wanted to see him do pretty much the same, right? Tap that spike and go for the headshots, try to close in the distance. I didn't notice he'd actually managed to retrieve a Phantom along the way.
Yeah,
so
just at the end.
And he had some good chance, a good opportunity.
That's 6-1, though. This is a good attack from Guild. I'm enjoying a lot of what I'm seeing. Like, I think they've got a lot of good bait plays. I don't think any of the traps that have been set by Vitality have really been catching them off guard, which is a very good sign for an attacking side of this map. And again, I'm sort of waiting to see a response. Now, that coming in on the operator, that's likely to lock down a lot of control over onto A. I don't really feel like the A site has been their issue, though.
The thing is, it doesn't even feel like sights have been their issue more so. Perhaps he's gone through the smoke and blinded up at the last second. Russ is able to get the kill. I cannot believe what I've just witnessed. That's actually absurd.
Getting owned by the squid.
Oh, he did everything right, man. That was like his utility, his timing, everything about it was so good. And then the Seeker just hits him. Oh, he's never going to forget that. That's going to haunt him for years, I guarantee it.
How did you lose that round, Granddad? I lost it to a squid.
Oh, man. My heart actually just broke for him. It was such a big play. That would have just completely destroyed them. You take Russ, you've got a player on long to worry about. There were still players on site who could crossfire.
Do you want to know the most annoying thing?
What's that?
If they managed to catch Russ last round when he got, what was it, 3 or 4 kills, he wouldn't have even had the Seekers in the first place.
Oh, you're right. It really is, you know, a butterfly flaps his wings across the Atlantic. It's just a tsunami hitting Vitality. They don't know what's going on. They've done everything right, and they just get ruined 7-1. Jeez.
I've got your trail.
Oh, I died. No. I hate it. Oh, it hurts my heart so much.
The thing is, I think Sender also died because of the Seekers. Like, because he couldn't not shoot it. And by that point, he then gets traded out. So well, the power of Seekers. It's always been one of the better ults in this game. And well, speaking of it, Kadabra has his online. Now, I'll be honest. I feel like Vac has had his showstopper for a long time. Like I feel like it's like 3 or 4 rounds at this point. Also, his operator has had seemingly no impact because they just haven't really gone in that direction. I want to see him getting a little bit more proactive with it, because I don't think the bathrooms fight that he's been taking has been one that is worthwhile, because other than Russ lurking in that direction, there's not really been many plays from the guild playbook that have utilized the bathroom. Now, maybe he's just waiting for the like 1 in 7 or 8 that it finally comes, but I feel like there's so many more positions, especially on that B side. Maybe take a fight to B long, or even just peeking into hookah, that he could be impactful. Because we know what Vac can do. We've seen it for well over a year now, or maybe not well over a year, but over a year now, of how good this guy is.
He talked about how little the bathroom play has come in. So bathrooms is going to be pushed this round by Guild.
There we go.
We got 3 players.
This is the one. Oh,
There's
no.
the recon down. Back, going to be stunned up, and now he's in trouble because they've seen him showstopper pop. This is just delay strategy. He just wants to keep them back. Shock darts are coming on through, and he'll get out of there with his life. The showstopper ultimately serves no purpose, and now he's on 50 health with Sender drop behind him. He has to try to open up a little bit of space with this off. They're about to crunch in on him now. He's even vulnerable as well. The op in hand waiting. Oh my God, Max! It's just being played by Safe. A classic takes him down, and 5v3 we stand. Vitality desperate for a round. My God, they just can't get anything. But Shadow, this could be it. No, I don't think it will be. 46 health remaining. This round is well and truly done.
Have you
utterly
seen that
insane
clip?
round.
Have you seen that clip of Simple playing Valorant, where it's just him on Icebox and just like a million pieces of utility, like flash goes past, it's like the tiger goes past, like what is that? And then he just like he's blind for like 15 minutes and then dies. That was Vac in that round. Like he got hit by shock darts, he got hit by a drone, or he had to shoot the drone. The wolf went through as well. He then gets dashed. Like, he got hit by a snake bite, but he clipped it as he went past. Like, even a dart went through at the beginning, which would have scanned him if it wasn't for his teammate. That's like 7 pieces of utility that were used to kill him.
Ridiculous. And then there's
Shadow's
like
now
4
upping
people
as well.
peeking.
Just so you know.
Standard practice, yeah.
It's like you're cursed, so I'm gonna take it.
Look at Vac's little picture, right? You see his little player picture down the bottom? Why is he here? Yeah, for a second I looked at his camera and I was like, what about him? That is Kadabra. I was like, yes. Well done, Tom. He's going to be caught. The second player here, though, Brams, good for the trade. He's going to back off, play this patient. The real fight, though, had to kick off on A right inside a bathroom.
Yeah, this time they've actually got the setup as well. 3 players within the site. You can see that operator up above just ready watching. Although it was, it's actually rotated through. Sender's going to win the fight. A decent cosmic divide to make those battles a little bit more awkward. And well, this is looking a lot better for Vitality. Finally winning out some of these duels. And well, I think Russ has realized this round is maybe gone. So just going to try and retrieve a couple of ultimate orbs, get those Seekers back. Because we've seen already at multiple rounds won by that ult alone.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're sitting economy-wise on exact numbers, but I'll say strong. Guild. Not going to be too worried about losing those rifles. Definitely worth trying to farm up towards the ultimates, and Leo with his Hunter's Fury online. They've got another one to play with as well, but it's definitely not been the deciding point of any Guild rounds. Ultimates haven't necessarily come into it. For Vitality, this has just been a quiet play. Now, Vac again going to be taking this rifle. I want to see where he takes it.
He's having a rough one, and so is Kadabra, and that's the thing that I was talking about. Like, we've seen Russ's ultimate have so much impact throughout this game. We've seen Safe absolutely popping off, and the players that we sort of highlighted, like that Vac versus Safe, that Kadabra versus Russ, they've only been going in one direction so far. Now, obviously, that's something that can change throughout the map. That 8-2 on the attacking side is an incredibly good half already. So I am starting to really worry if Vitality have enough in the tank to turn this around.
It's a big demand, that's for sure. And when we talk about Breeze previously and how you can easily see those flips going through, it is very difficult to imagine that Bind is going to be an entirely different game. And especially because, as we mentioned, it's not necessarily the holds themselves that have been the problem. When Guild come into a fight, it seems like they are outskilling their opponents when it comes to the duels themselves in how they're setting themselves up. It feels like they come more prepared. They're moving, basically identifying what Vitality are doing. They're not falling into any of these traps, as we were saying earlier. Those eco rounds are dealt with perfectly. It feels like when they actually enter into a site, nobody gets a 1v1 fight. Nobody gets to catch you off guard or hide in a corner and get that big 2k or 3k that shuts it down. No, it feels like for Vitality, they don't win that initial fight. Heads up duels that Guild are willingly taking and using their utility to give themselves an advantage in. They don't win that, round's over. They have to play a 5v2 retake. It's just, they're getting dominated in a lot of these rounds. Oh, but as I say about a player hiding in a corner, getting that big 2 or 3k, here comes Brams. If they check for this, I think it's safe to say that Guild's brains are just too big, but they've been caught only for the one.
Need that back.
Yeah, Vac regressed as well, managed to catch out Russ, finally winning that Bathrooms duel, and with the Viper's Pit currently down over on B Long, they can pretty much guess that there's only going to be one player or two players max around this area, so they're going to try and play through it. It definitely has its risks about it, and Shadow's going to rotate in with his operator. Now, it's not going to be hugely valuable unless he's going to go through the smoke that's currently down, and, well, that has a risk in its own.
Leo has already taken the first, and he's somehow drop shots. Get the hell out of here. What's going on here? So who we got? Okay, Vac is still alive, so I guess maybe a nade comes in, something like that. It makes a lot of sense for Leo to just not risk it. Yeah, with the 33 HP and a Hunter's Fury, he doesn't want to be throwing that round away. And although they do a lot of damage, 30 HP on both of these remaining players. One of them is Trex, who's oh no, he's been caught! He was trying to bounce his way out. Kadavra getting his health back up now. The Hunter's Fury won't take him down in just the one burst, and he's already halfway defused on this. Leo's gonna hurry up. He's gonna get it all the way. Cannon just sneaks it out underneath his nose. Pros don't fake, and Vitality find a third. Oh God, how have they won that?
Yeah, either Leo was somehow too far away that he didn't hear it get tapped, or it's just one of those things where he's just like, there's no way he's going to stick this all the way. It was a long rotation coming through, and I think he really needed Trex to stay alive, and just being caught in this moment. Like, look at where he currently is. I just wonder if it was stuck before he hears anything.
I heard it. He heard it. I just heard it on his POV. I think he just assumed there's no way this guy sticks it. Why would he? The Psycho. A cat is actually crazy for sitting down. Look at the angle he stuck it on as well. He was almost expecting him to peek out from long. Just giving himself the he was wide. Like that was such a huge risk, but a calculated one from Kata that's paid off perfectly. And I cannot stress enough, Vitality needed that third round, and Kata's just pulled it out with an incredible play. Didn't even need to really kill anyone. Just the 30 HP player bouncing out of the site. Gorgeous.
I'm getting flashbacks to the previous map where it was looking almost done, and then just Vitality just managed to just get those last few rounds. Now the Seekers have been great so far. They've actually been stuck by the gravity well, at least for the moment, and that slows down the entire push. They're going to double back because not many of them went in the other direction, and you can see the Seekers incredibly confused, but because one has been destroyed, they might not expect Vac to still be here. He's going to line up a couple, finally stepping up to the plate and putting a couple on the board. There's still another for him to deal with, and Coldamenta will at least put him in the grave.
With Safe shutting down Shadow, now they need a big return. The Hunter's Fury goes out searching for a couple of players, and although Kato ends up on 70 HP, there'll be no taking him down just yet. 2 versus 3. These players out of charges. As of yet unknown, but Leo's about to reveal himself. They know exactly where he is now. That reveal not going to do all too much for him, and he's being pushed from behind. 1 versus 1, but Sender catches him. Just making it around before I think Leo would have swung to check it. A defuse for Vitality, a 4th round on the board, and a team that thus far hadn't even showed up to the server now look like they actually have a chance coming into half 2, Tom. Flashbacks to the previous map, indeed. This is incredible.
Yeah, I'm liking the sort of resilience or like the mental fortitude of Vitality that they're going this far down, and then in the last few rounds they're still just able to bring themselves back into things and still have these like more aggressive plays, like take these fights, like have players like almost making these cheeky risks, because that's what they did there, like sending a player through the teleport to get the Seeker away and then having the last one there just remaining. Like that's a big risk in a round like this, but they still had the confidence in Vac, even though he's had a quieter performance so far. So 8-4, it's not a death sentence, but I definitely think we're going to need a pistol for Vitality if they're going to turn this around.
I think I'd have to be with you on that. At 8-4 down, it's so difficult to jump your way right back into it. Still, I'm sure someone will point to the fact that they essentially did it on Breeze, right? When Guild won the pistol, but that was Breeze attack side. Yeah. Very, very different reality to what we're facing here. Coming into this, Vitality, you're playing super fast. They've gone up in through Hookah, and they're now looking to push there as 4, but the problem is the one guy who's alone is Brams, and he gets shut down. The site control now completely in the hands of Vitality, though, so it's a trade-off, I suppose.
Yeah, they're going to have to go for a bit more of an awkward plant, though, because they can't go for default because they don't have any long control, so they have to try and plant for the spawn, and they don't have that control either, or at least for now. Coldament is still waiting, and he's only going to get 1. That's an important clear. The trade out of players is definitely worth it for Vitality.
Enemy mark.
With low HP on a lot of these guild guys, and now they're stuck on long. This is looking like the pistol that Vitality needed has been secured. Nice and easy to finish off these last remaining players, and there it is. A 5th found, and Vitality may actually be in this map.
Yeah, good mid-round. I think especially realizing that they'd lost long to re-aggress towards the spawn just to clear it out and give yourself a decent afterplant was so important. If either of those players manage to survive, this retake is completely different because they're having to split where they're watching the entire time. Instead, because they have these angles, you can see it's much more confident in the way that they're pushing and way they're holding in that direction. So well done for Vitality for just having that mid-round. And, well, 4 rounds in a row for them. A pistol on the board, and this time, well, with no plant, obviously, because they're defenders, it's not going to be an investment from Guild.
Oh, the nade to the right side, the player's running out. Maybe they don't suspect the left play, but never mind. They absolutely do. Rust and Safe both go down, and they are just farming on the side of the attackers. Losing just the 1 player is fine. They now know where Trex is, and once they don't lose any more, this will be a very good start to the half for them.
Yeah, and also with how many kills we've seen come out from both Vac and Kata, they're getting closer to those couple of ultimates that you desperately want to have in your bonus round. Like, if you can get yourself a Seekers, you are over the moon, because that's one of the ultimates that can really help you shut down the distance when you're coming against those rifles. And Kata, well, I was about to say he should be 1 orb away, but it's actually going to be 2 because Shadow steals that kill.
Nasty stuff. Where's the teamwork, huh? Where's the sense of team spirit? Sometimes it's better to just close those rounds out. Defensive side, 8-6. Guild won't be too worried just yet. Letting the pistol slip is what it is. And interestingly, looking at the timeline, you know, when you look at Vitality's rounds, they won that pistol, lost right afterwards. If they don't lose that second round, but when Guild force bought second round, if Vitality won that round, they would be in a very, very different game right now. This is looking. I feel like the playing field has been leveled, essentially. And this is a round where we'll be well and truly scrapping for it. Vitality playing on those weaker weapons, trying to bridge the gap now. And it looks like the A side is where they want this fight to take place.
Sender must be a little bit uncomfortable with being that far forward with that low health, but they should be able to get themselves an afterplant here if they're willing to go for it. That's the thing with all of the utility dropping, him going back to actually get healed back up. This gives it a bit of extra space for Guild to get back into the site before they go for any sort of plant.
They're staying around here for a long time, you know, like... It's really shocking me that it's 45 seconds left when the plant goes down. I feel like they've been here for 30, and the shock dart, because of those rotates having come in, that utility is so much more accessible. Why is Safe up here? How is he up here? Does Sender have an idea? He might have heard it. Seemed almost like he was ready for it. There's movement behind that wall, but in the end, he'll be leaving. He'll be moving a little bit deeper away, and if he has now been spotted, things get dangerous. Yeah, he's bailing on out of there. The snake bite making him feel like he's overstayed his welcome a little bit. Skirmishing behind this wall. We talked about time earlier on. There's only 15 seconds left, and a spike is again being dropped. Time to attempt it again for Vitality. The time, and they have to just do it now. This has to be huge by Brams, and he's actually holding the front line, allowing the spike plant to go down. That is incredible. I thought that their backs against the wall, backed into a corner. I didn't think they'd have any chance, but now they've got a 2v3.
Almost a little bit more. Shadow leaving a player low. Brams needs this duel, and he's going to take another. And look at Sender. He's got the timing almost perfect. Just wrapping back around. Brams is going to peek, but he's almost just buying time for that last man to come through. Instead, though, it looks like he's going for the lineup. It won't even matter because you've just got Brams popping off in a round where Vitality need it. I'm going to be honest with you, Mitch. There should have been no way that Vitality managed to come back in that round, but Brams just pulls out an utter hero play.
Man, they stood on that side for what felt like the better part of a minute and just tanked. Utility coming in, lost 2 spike planters with 10 seconds left. They took some steps towards the site to get that plant down, and it was Brams in that moment to run forward into his opponents that were charging back into the site to stop this plant, and he takes them down with a Spectre. A hero play from Brams. And a 4K in the end of the day. With weak weapons, Spectre, and he ends up finishing him with a Sheriff, I'm pretty sure. 8-7. Looking at every single round Vitality of one man, and how they fought their way back into this one. This is a weird reality, but one that I'm more than happy to stay in.
Yeah, it's also a round as well that, again, like if there was any doubt in Vitality's mind that they could bring it back, when Brams just comes up and gets a 4K with a Spectre, I think you start to believe that you can win the game at that point. And, well, sending Guild back down to pistols, we know that they have had these incredibly cheesy plays in the past. In fact, I think Safe thought he could get past that one. Instead, he's actually going to get caught.
Smacked by it, absolutely. Attempt by Trex. This is going to be tough. Oh my god, he just keeps going out. He just keeps swinging on that angle. Not afraid of any of the bullets whizzing towards him. And in fact, yeah, he's bought his team quite a bit of time between the shock darts, snake bites, grav wells, everything going down. That's stopping Vitality from pushing up. But when they do, they have the rifles. And these pistols, they just don't stand a chance.
Last player
getting absolutely mowed down, shredded, and there's not going to be a single frag. That was a 4-man stack on A. Every single member of Guild ended up there as their push came in. I was just thinking, if they go through the TP, this is the easiest round ever. Well, they'll get all the kills anyway, earn up those ultimate orbs, and keep all of their rifles. Vitality are going to be in an excellent spot financially after that one. And now, well, we have to see something from Guild. No response over the last few rounds. And this is where there's a chance for Vitality to take the lead after what was an 8-1 lead for Guild. Bear that in mind.
It's actually mind-boggling. Again, looking at some of the rounds, you know, if I looked at that in the timeline, I'd be like, oh, that looks confusing. And then I watched the rounds. I'm like, oh, I'm even more confused now. Cool. That's Vitality have really fought their way back into some rounds. Consistently fought their way back into rounds, I would say. Blowing my mind in the process.
Stopper. That's going to be online. We haven't really seen it utilized too much, other than the single round where he gets caught in a corner and just owned by it. So it's just going to be an early setup to try and claim that, and then the rest of the rounds reset. Now you can still see a little bit of a jiggle peek from Russ, just trying to spot information, and the Tiger, I believe, will have actually seen one player. Safe, though, has just decimated Vac, and now Trex has killed off Brams on the other side.
But Safe, attempting to leave his safe spot, has been caught. Kata doing a damn good job of buying Vitality an opportunity still, though. They're a man behind as they play on in towards Lamps, hoping to catch a player off guard, but they cannot do so. And now they have to go, presumably attempt at plants, where they can be spammed. Gravwell down to discourage them. 30 seconds on the clock. This is all going to be posturing as these players attempt to drag out the utility of their opponents. And more importantly, they want to be peaked right now. They want a defender to swing on in. They'll get the plant in the end, securing it completely, putting up their orbs, but that's when the flank comes through from Russ, and he takes a quick double, leaving Shadow. do practically nothing in this. I mean, the time definitely against him. They know exactly where he is and where he's moving. As he steps around the corner, Trex quickly deals with him, giving Guild their first round in quite a long time.
Yeah, a couple of opening duels definitely made that one quite difficult for Vitality to really do anything. And again, I feel like Guild, even in the round that they lost earlier, the bonus round, they're very, very good at just delaying. That's all they've really been doing on this A site, is just having these grab wells, having like shock darts, flashes, and then that delay in this round basically just comes through with Russ killing everyone from behind, because they're so focused on trying to get that spike down that, well, Russ is just left to do whatever he wants. And that's a bit of a worry for Vitality if they're unable to sort of speed things up. I will say, though, going into this round, there are a hell of a lot of ults online for both teams.
This could definitely be a chaotic round. That is for damn sure. And Vitality are setting their sights on the B side. Safe, wanting to get aggressive. Operator in hand. Oh, the timing on that as well, just as Astra goes into her Cosmic Divide, but Safe still hasn't peeked around the corner, only now rounding it. There it is. Brahms goes down, and now we'll move towards the side itself. The Showstopper not even fired off in time. But that Viper's Pit might just secure it for Vitality. A huge advantage. Desperately trying to find a kill here with the Hunter's Fury, but it'll land nothing.
Yeah, they do have the Seekers, though. And that's going to be one of the scariest ults you can have while you're in a Viper's Pit, because if you get hit by it, your position is revealed. Most of the players doing quite well, but Russ straight in there managing to clear one out. Sender has also had to leave his Viper's Pit, so if he's there for too long, it will dissipate, although that may end up being an advantage. Shadow catches out Trex as he pushes as well, and it's just trading back and forth. A 3 versus 2 in the favor for now, but Vac, he springs his trap straight out the back. Coldamenta going through with the Judge, though, will drop him, and now it's left all on to Sender, and he will be caught as well. The only problem could be the time, but there is plenty of it available for Guild. A lot of ults used. Well done to our observers there for trying to switch between everything. Guild are going to get their 10.
Yeah, a truly mad round from the observer perspective, but we got to follow it nicely as Guild hit double digits. A chaotic one, for sure. And I believe Trex did use the Viper's Pit there, right?
I think he might have used, yeah, a counter one to theirs, and then because I think we saw it drop in the middle.
I thought I did, yeah. We'll see as it comes out, just to double check, but yeah, he did. Okay. So, getting the round win now. Makes that much easier pill to swallow. Not having that coming into the next. Up he goes again. Safe now in trouble. He's just going to get out of there.
Only just. He's only got 42 HP.
Oh my god.
A little bit of Judge on Judge. This Coldamenta's going to wrap back around and kill off Vac. It's not something you say too often, but when you're on bind, it's something we've come to expect. And Safe, even while on HP, is going to go back for the re-aggression. There are still 3 players within this B site. It's a 3-on-3 as they try and entry.
I think they might have spotted Safe, or Russ, sorry, but apparently not, because he's able to just sideswipe for a triple. That drone was destroyed just as it came around. I thought it would have seen him, but he must have been safe by just a pixel for them to let him decimate them like that. 11-8. Now in favor of Guild. Already 1-0 in the series, Tom, and this is where I start to get a little bit worried for Vitality. They put those streak of incredible rounds together. But, you know, if they go down 2-0 in this, it's the previous map was whatever. This one here, Guild are now looking to be back in control of the game. I get very scared. And I think that's why we're seeing a timeout called by Vitality. They know the gravity of both this map, but more importantly, this round.
Yeah, I think they've got some decent ults as well, so there can definitely be a plan here. I want to add in, I think, like, we talk about the skies of the world. I think that Shados is always someone that's put in that bracket. I think you could put Starzo in there as well when he was playing it. But I think Russ is quickly rising near the top of that list of how he's actually played it today. Because I think that the fact that he's been so good at just managing when to use the Seekers, I think his pop flashes have been great. The information he's found as well. And I'm thoroughly enjoying him in this Guild squad from what we've seen so far. And Guild in general. Like, to make all of those changes, to put all the work in that we've seen, they're looking decent. And then these, as we sort of said on the desk, these are the 2 teams that I think that we're now expecting to make the run through. Like, even if they drop, well, whoever drops down into that lower match, I think will definitely be favored going in. So I think that this is one of those games where we're almost witnessing who's likely to be one of the challengers to those top teams. And at the moment, Guild is taking the biscuit.
Yep, they most definitely are. Not in this fight. Oh, Safe has been dropped immediately. Brams showing up yet again. It's on the Guardian this time. Rex gets tagged up on his way through, down to just 79 health. Koldamenta dropped through the smoke. The judge punished. He was trying to play a shallower version of Vanity. And Vanity did the same thing, but he would put the star.
Are you saying Vanity shallow? That's not very nice.
Yeah. And apparently I'm saying Koldamenta's even shallower. So there you go.
So toxic, Mitch. God.
I know, yeah.
Next you're going to be calling out coaches.
Me? No. No, that would never happen. 11-8, Guild can lose this round. It's not going to be the end of the world for them, but it's been an impressive amount of duels for Vitality. They spread out, they take those individual fights, and they win every single one. They catch Guild's aggression. Now this defensive side faces a pretty big task. No ultis to play with. This op on the retake as well. I'm not really feeling it for Trex. He's about to be pushed on and eliminated. Brams slapping him in the face with his barrel first. Oh my god, Leo! He doesn't win this. Surely he doesn't. 1v3.
Oh, he knows there's a player in the close corner. He knows where every single player is right now. He knows the Shadow's close. He saw the other player afar, and Sender's been firing in utility. Brams, this is an easy kill. For a man who has played Jet for a long time on that op, he's never going to miss that one. So, Vitality, they get their 9th. Okay, there was a little bit of worry with what Leo was just trying to achieve in those last few moments, but that was a good round from them. And yeah, they caught every single piece of aggression. That's the thing. Like, Russ has now flanked them so many times that if they didn't eventually cotton on to what he was doing, I think we would have had some serious problems. But this was much better from them. And like, hey, if you're gonna win a duel versus an op with a Guardian, fair play.
Yeah, you can't rely on that every single round, I'm sure, but that's why Brams has now gone for the op, the attack side op on an Astra. I'm interested. Let's see how that one pans out. Safe going for a little bit of an attack of his own, pushing on down middle and eliminating back, bailing out of there as well. And I like this, you know, Guild find that opening duel. They don't overstay their welcome. They don't look for flashy plays. No, they are out of there. They're going to let you make a mistake now. Vitality have to make the next step. And their ace up their sleeve of the operator on Brams is now even being spotted. What? Russ knew he had it on. They saw it in the drone. Now they definitely know. Seeker's online for Russ as well. They're going to just use the smoke to cross back over. But these were some big risks taken here.
Yeah, this doesn't even need the orb, so it's not fighting for that. Just almost looking to try and battle versus his opposition. Now, they can actually play without information into the late round because, well, both teams, in fact, they have the Seekers available to them. I almost wonder, I was going to say if this would just wait to be counted and use it on the other side, but they now can pull in those rotations. I imagine Kata will do something similar.
30 seconds left.
Well, as you heard, 30 seconds are left on the clock, and Vitality have to make a move now. There's almost no time to switch up directions. Cosmic Divide committed, and here's the push. Gravwell slows them. Leo and Safe showing up for a double. Hunter's Fury not doing what it needs to, because with 12 seconds left, Shadow's all alone, and he has no chance of getting out of here with a win at least. Let's see if he can even get out alive, running towards the bathroom. Try and save this operator, but they know what he's got.
He gets the orb at the end, which is going to be Hunter's Fury for Leo in the last round. That couldn't have gone any better for Guild. They had the right read, gravity world timing from Koldamenta. It was just a chef's kiss. It was beautiful. Like, just denied them as they tried to push through, made it impossible for anybody getting into the side. I was expecting there to be Seekers there, if I'm honest. Like, a Seeker combination with the Hunter's Fury, I think there's a way that they win that round. Instead, trying to go through blind, I don't know. I don't think there's any way that this works out.
One enemy remains.
I mean, not consistently, no. That's the thing. You are very much asking Lady look for a hand, and when she doesn't turn up, you're in a lot of trouble. As we're seeing now, 12-9. Map number 2 of a BO5, but the first 2 looking to go to Guild. 3 attempts to close it out. And then they'll have 3 attempts to close out the series. So that's...
died from that. 14 HP for Shadow. Like, they can heal him back up to 100, so it's not the end of the world. Same for Brams, but Yeah, that was almost a very lucky spray coming out from Trex that could have taken down a couple of players. They are slowly building into what looks like an A-side take. Again, they're still watching to see if Russ is flanking. That's in the back of the heads of Vitality players at this stage. They need someone to entry for them, and it seems they're hoping it's Brams.
It's 50 seconds left. They're going to have to force them pretty quickly. Is this control? I mean, just look at where these guys are. 40 seconds now on the clock. They are still in their spawn, essentially. Vitality really wanted Guild to make a mistake and step out of line here, but now they're realizing you got to put it all on the table here and now. See what you can get done. Hunter's Fury blindly deployed, but they knew they were coming through mid. The grab well caught Vac. He's down to 70 HP. Shadow barely holding on 20. That heal not coming through, sadly. With Cadaver now gone and everybody else following, it's left to Brams trying to clutch this out with the off, but he will not get it done either. And 13-9 will close this one out. An incredible game from Guild so far, Tom. They have definitely looked like the best team. Now 2-0 in this BO5. Vitality have very little hope of making this reverse sweep happen. This feels tough.
Yeah, I've definitely been impressed with what I've seen from Guild. I think Safe and Leo, it's basically as normal, like what we kind of expected it to be there. Yeah. And it kind of rung true to what I said at the beginning of the map. Like, I think Cad as initiator, definitely not as best as the other agents we see throughout his pool. So I'm expecting him to come back strong on the next map. And I think it's going to be Split, which is the map so far that Guild have been banning. So, hey, that's going to be something at least.
So an opportunity maybe is now Split comes up. We end up with Guild on the back foot. Maybe the first map for their opponents of Vitality in this series. We'll see, though. We're going to go to a break for now, folks. Join us in a couple minutes with the Analyst Desk. We'll be right back after this.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day.
Well, things just keep getting better for Guild as they take map 2 in this very important qualifying game. I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Zescht. Now, we spoke about how impressive Team Vitality's map pool is, how deep it is, but so far, despite what Barbar said, Ryan, Guild are the ones with a good map pool.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be the map that they show up on the most. It's the one that they wanted to pick first with Bind, but it is kind of that dominant map style where you sort of control a tempo, you push and pull Vitality, and I think sort of midway through the attacking half, you could really see the Guild got exactly what they wanted in a lot of cases. Vitality looked out of sorts in a lot of these fights, and I think like Kada moving over from the jet to the sky, he just got outpaced by Russ, who is much more seasoned on that agent, and I think it really showed in that first half.
Perfectly said, really. The push and pull is an excellent reference to this first half, because what we saw from Guild there in many iterations is that they were trying to bait out a bit of movement from the guys of Vitality, and it's not like Vitality were overextending, pushing towards, you know, attacker spawn in the first 20 seconds. Not like that. A vivid example in my mind is when they were trying to, you know, fake a bit of noise, fake a bit of presence with 3 players in hookah, then 2 of those hookah players would fall back to see if there would be a B-long push coming from Vitality. That happened, caught 2 players, and that was then a successful way of, you know, ruling out the B position, getting actually on site. That was wonderfully done. It was a mixture of speeds, it was a mixture of map control, but it never felt like Guild was having a big problem with something like map control, something like map presence. They always had options open, and it seemed like it was working according to plan.
I mean, there were so many big hero plays as well from both sides, but it felt like similar to the first map, Vitality, they're finding answers to get back into this. The pauses are coming in at a good time. But Zescht, why do you feel like they haven't been able to maybe complete that comeback and close things out?
So what I've already noticed personally with Breeze was like when they have this timeout somewhere later in the first half, it usually is that they find a right adaptation and gain confidence off of that. This is just what it sometimes feels like, that they're prodding maybe a little bit more earlier, for example, when we're talking about that first half as a defender, prodding more early, being a bit more annoying. That worked, hit the right timings. That was good. That was solid. When we're talking about the second half, I felt a bit different about that, but that's a different chapter, of course.
Yeah, we'll see if they can be able to come back and correct some of those mistakes on the next match. But first, let's revisit one of the attack side rounds for Guild in the first half. Ryan, I believe you want to break this down for us?
Yeah, I think this is just a good example of the sort of experience I was talking about. And a nice ultimate that we saw from Coldamenta twice, doing exactly what it needed to do twice. So this is, again, the fact that Guild have put a lot of pressure into A. You've also got this lurk setup from Trex that has kept 2 players, including the Viper's pick, glued over on that A site just to check that there's no Viper going their way through lamps. This Cosmic Divide even helps that. You can see that the Raze still has to double check these angles. We see the Sky ult being used a little early from Kada. Not only does it get destroyed, but because it's destroyed the other side of Cosmic Divide, he doesn't have much information. Here's a much better Seekers coming in from Russ. It catches Brams, who has been caught in these sort of close, cheeky spots multiple times by Sky Utility. The funny thing is, I think it was round 8, round 9 even, that same ultimate was used, and Kada did the same thing. Used the Seekers preemptively, almost in a panic. It doesn't get that information because it goes a bit too deep, and then we see Guild using that to exploit their way onto a site. Sender and Vac at this point, they're just getting cozy up in showers, saving these guns, but it's the fact that it's a 3-player hold on this B site, trying to be a bit closer, being baited out by some great utility from Vac to sneak in onto that A site with the good timing of the Toxic Screen and Poison Cloud, and then also a nice, almost cheeky ultimate coming in from Coldamenta with a Cosmic Divide.
It's wonderfully done, really. I mean, they were realizing that they maybe not get too much with that ult itself on their actual take on the B side and faking it. That was the perfect thing. They were playing a lot with the head, with the mind of Vitality, as they were never sure what's up. As you also mentioned there, Trex was a very annoying player to play against when it comes down to his potential lurking, with him holding mid, with him holding a bit of bathrooms, and it wasn't always Vitality getting a hang of that. So that was really something they struggled with. As remember, same on Breeze, same thing on attacking side, where he was sometimes just getting too much attention from the defenders. So he is a pivotal aspect where Vitality can never rule him out, they will never be able to rule him out, and he will constantly annoy them and be just that thought at the back of their head they can't get rid of.
Very well played by Guild indeed. As I said, they're 2-0 up and heading into match point next. We're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. Split is coming right up. Well, it's time to talk about our map 3 in this best of 5, which is going to be a split. We spoke about both teams' map pools, but when it comes to split, it does feel like if there was anywhere for Vitality to get back into this Zescht, it's got to be on split.
It should be on split, but the issue, again, is we have literally no information about this map right here, considering Guild. We know what Leo played previously when they were all Swedish. We all know what Safe played when they were all Swedish. Does it help us really? No. This looks like a bit of a different Guild that is working in a totally different manner. I like it a lot so far because it seems very controlled, very methodical, really step by step. That's great. That's awesome. At the same time, what we know from Vitality, they are, for example, very aggressive defenders. Very aggressive might be a hard term, but we will, technically speaking, see them take a lot of mid control very early on. They just love to make it work with those duelists. As you know, they're running 2 on them with Kata as well as Vac on Race. They're going to be much in their face.
For me, the aspect that's most important for Vitality is they're not defending first. So I think that's a good chance for them to not end up in a position where they're 8-1 down or 7-2 down like they were on Breeze. It allows them to try and set the tempo and set the pace because their attacking side has looked a lot better than their defense. I think that's why we've seen some comebacks more or less clawed back from Vitality, but there's so much damage done by Guild's attack when they get the chance that it often feels that it's damage control for Vitality as opposed to them trying to lead and putting pressure on Guild.
I honestly feel like it's like the biggest flex ever to say that you have a good attack side on Split, because it's just so temperamental. Like, I feel like teams just struggle on the attack side of this map. But I do want to circle back to something they could potentially play on the side of Guild, because it's probably unlikely they're going to run the Omen, but we did see them run the Omen last time they played here, and I like the Omen pick, Ryan. I don't know how you feel about that.
I think it's a meta that started to be set a little bit more. Like, not only did we see it from Ascend and Team Secret, but it just felt that more teams, as they were seeing our competition come out in Champions, they were moving over to it themselves. So it wouldn't surprise me even to see it on Guild side, really. I guess the concern is, like Coldamenta, he's already changing up his agent pool from playing mostly Silver to Astra and a bit of Viper. Would adding Omen on top of the list just be a bit too much work for him to focus on? You never really know, but this is another great chance for Vitality to at least get one map on the board. But we said that the same as Breeze, right? It has to be a little bit better here to really show it.
The thing about Guild is when they played Omen, I think the main reason Bara back then said is, we want to switch things up. We want to be unpredictable. We want to be the ones that nobody can expect what's about to happen. And this is a new lineup, so we don't even know what is about to happen. We have never seen them on this map. The Omen is something that can work quite well. I mean, I'm the vice president of the Astra fan club Europe or something, so I personally love Astra.
Who's the president?
Ryan. I don't care who's the president.
I mean,
it doesn't.
sure,
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
what I'm trying to say is, I understand Omen in those close range maps because, first of all, his paranoia can be really useful to take quick aggressions and engagements, and he is a bit easier to use in my eyes. So I would get the idea. Maybe we're not going to see it though.
I think I would like it if they whipped something like that out, you know, something a little bit more different. But also, we speak about Gambit's Haven so often, so this could be one of those maps. We're going to head into Agent Select now and see if it's as chaotic as Gambit's Haven, but it works out for them sometimes, so maybe it will work out for Guild here. But on the side of Vitality, we're not really expecting them to switch anything up so soon after they play this map before.
Nope, not really. I mean, it would be a big surprise, wouldn't it? As we see, Kadafra's already locked in his favorite. Sender goes with the same, and now it looks like, from a logical point of view, there's no big surprise there if Guild stick with what they have already hovered.
Yeah, I think for Vitality, it's this. Well, we're expecting the same as what they usually do, but even that's still quite interesting in itself. Shadow back on the breach, what he was mostly known for on FPX, and then also Vac and Kada playing the duelists whenever they get a point. Kada's locked his in with the Jet. You expect Vac on the Raze, who we kind of played out like might be able to sort of come back to life a little bit on that duelist. Didn't really have the most success over on Binds. I guess the most interesting thing for Guild is Leo and Sage, is something that I don't think we've seen at all through these qualifiers, because they've not played this map at all. His Sovus being so good, what can he do on the Sage?
I do wonder why they kind of stuck to what they were running before, right, Guild, before they made the changes, except for the Astra. And also Safe moving from the Raze onto the Jet as well. What kind of impact, Ryan, is that going to have?
It's more like what we said about Bind, a lot of that utility that Raze can provide to clean out some of those closed-in areas. But it was, again, something that Guild dealt with easily. They didn't really have to worry so much about not having a boom bot, for example. And if Safe can get the operator online, especially on this defense, it's enough to build a bit of a buffer. It just seems that Safe has that freedom and creativity to stick on the Jet and have that success. It's not an out there composition, but we wouldn't expect that really from Guild, considering this is a map that they like to ban out as much as Fracture at the point in time.
I tell a lie, that was your scene on the Raze, but I just... Yeah, I don't know how long Safe has been a duelist for, but I got them mixed up. But they did previously run the Raze, and now they've switched to the Jet. But this is very important now for Vitality. They have to win here. So the million-dollar question, Zescht, can they do it? Do you see a scenario where we go to map 4?
Yes, I do see a scenario. It could be somewhat likely. At the same time, Guild is insanely confident in what they're doing. They really don't feel like there's too much pressure on them. It doesn't feel like they're just mostly on the edge of their seat and don't know if they can close it out. They have started this qualifier with insane strength, and they might just end it with ultimate might. We're going to see, but I do believe that this could be a 3-0.
Ooh, well, we'll see, because Vitality, they have to win here if they want a chance to qualify for VCT right here today. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Sue, and of course, the president and vice president of the Astra fan club. Very happy and excited that we were able to get them on the show here today. Tom, I'm ready to jump on into Split. We have had a dominant game from Guild so far, but the scorelines have been close, and I feel like you have a little bit of faith in Vitality coming into this map.
Yeah, I'd say that, if again, looking at the sort of composition they have coming in, I quite like the look of it. You've got that double duelist where I think Cadaver is going to be more comfortable on his Jet. Vac has always been very good on Raze. And then you got Shadow on a Breach, which has been something I've enjoyed for an incredibly long time. I think going all the way back to the early days of FPX. So I think that this is where I see this team looking a little bit more comfortable. And on the other side of things, Guild, we really don't know much about. Again, it feels like they've got a lot of their comfort picks still in play. The thing is, whenever I see a Sky on this map, I would always like to see it with a Viper because I just love the little pop flashes you can do through the screens. But I don't think they're really reinventing the wheel or anything crazy here. The only surprise is that, no Raze and a Jet instead.
Indeed, yeah, it's something we've seen from Safe a couple of times so far. Kind of hinted at, on some other maps like your Bind, you'll see some teams abandon the Jet. But Safe, he didn't ever abandon it. He's always playing it. Oh, the wall goes up, and the dash is already in. Kata behind enemy lines, but Leo spots him, and Brams falls right after. Things are looking good for Vitality here in the pistol round with some strong duels going their way. Or for Guild. Names are swapped.
Yes. it's gone the Guild way. And Safe, he's been so good in the pistol rounds with this Sheriff. The only man left is Sender. They haven't actually spotted him, but Trex, even leaped with surprise, but he's going to be able to find the kills nonetheless. It is going to be an early round coming up for Guild. I know we're going to have a tech pause because I imagine we're about to just switch the sides that everything's on, just so it's not as confusing. Like if it bamboozles Mitch, that's enough to assume that it's caught at least 3 other people.
That's the beautiful thing about kind of being in the moment, right? I saw Kata die, I know Kata pretty well. I like to think I know the team that Kata plays for. But when I glanced, I was like, oh, Vitality, 5 players. I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm wrong somehow. But yeah, we'll be jumping back in a moment. They'll flip that back around. Guild with a good start, 1-0. Not really what I was hoping for. Honestly, my heart was set on Vitality winning the pistol purely because I want to see them get off to a good start. I want to see them propel themselves into that lead so that they're not left in this position where they're 8-1, 9-1 down and having to fight back into a half and then barely losing the map. Like, if they can get off their feet at the start of the game, we could end up with a 4th map coming out of this and with Vitality fighting back into the series for sure. But for now, I find it hard to side with anyone but Guild. They've been able to pull off too many convincing early halves and early maps so far for me.
I think as well, though, that the problem with what's happening with Vitality is every map that they are choosing has a fairly favored side. Like, they've gone into Breeze, they've gone into Split. Sure. So both times Guild now, they get the attacking side of Breeze, and then they get the defensive side of Split. And also they're winning a lot of the pistol rounds, or at least the first pistol. So each time it seems to be that, there's like an extreme deficit coming through for Vitality to face off against. And I will say, credit where it's due, they've done quite well with it. And hey, if they can somehow steal this round away with some pistols, that would be great. Even just a few kills here, though, is going to be enough.
Well, we already have Sander dropped to start with. These pistols are being dealt with, but 1-for-1 trades are not the way you want this to go. And Russ makes sure that he cleans it up nice and easily. It was looking like they were under a little bit of threat for a moment, but that was a short-lived moment.
That's impressive as well, because he not only had to be in that close angle versus pistols, but he had to dodge the fault line. So there was so much going on in his head, and just still manages to be as clinical as that, landing all of the shots. So, hey, props where it's due, gets him ever closer to those Seekers once again, and, well, we saw the impact that it had on the previous map of Vine. Now looking over at Kata, and he gets absolutely nothing. So considering that it was an opening kill for Vitality, good recovery from Guild.
Yeah, definitely. 2-0 on the board. Pretty much the way you would expect, I suppose, when you look at the timeline, when you look at it on paper. But as we said, there were a few flickers of opportunity there for their opponents. This is where the true test really comes. And honestly, where the full might of the defensive side can be shown off. Playing into a bonus round on this map, first of all, Safe is going to be buying a rifle. He's the only player really putting himself down to no cash for the next round, although Trax has also got a Phantom he's able to buy up in the next comfortably. But Safe will have his ultimate, either coming into the next or he'll be one ult orb away. So it makes sense for him to invest, even if Guild end up losing this. And that makes their, what should be a weak buy round and a bonus, that much more strong, indeed. One of the things I would look at, though, is for Guild, having these pistols on this map in particular, or having the Spectres on this map in particular, there are plenty of close range angles for them to fight on. So it's how they use these rifles in particular that I'm sort of curious about. Because right now we're seeing that they're the ones, you know, holding down inside of ropes, which is Safe wanting to just get aggressive, and then Trex playing up in heaven on range. But this A side is left open, which is exactly where Vitality are going.
They're so confident as well that Safe will at least get one kill, that they've actually let the orb go into Rust, because he was the one defending Rust to get that orb in the first place. So they're almost playing in for a couple of ults for the next round, not just the Bladestorm. So I like that they're actually managing those orbs in that way. Little dink to start things off, not going to do as much damage as maybe they would hope, and it is going to be the site lost. And this is where things get a little bit tougher when you do have those SMGs in play, going for these retakes, taking these ranged battles, Sender just shutting down a couple of players. Again, there will at least be a trade back, and they do still have the rifles, which are yet to really be spotted.
Oh, that timing. It's given Safe the opportunity to walk through smoke. Looks like they're going to just blitz straight out. In fact, they've dodged the flashes on the timing. Shadow used up all his utility. Now they have nothing left to work with on Vitality's side in terms of util, but that's when they just execute Guild. Very well handled.
Yeah, and I think both teams have sort of handled their sort of like bonus round scenario extremely well. Like neither really letting too much slip, a single kill going in the other direction. And I expect that this round is going to be an early battle for ultimate orbs for Guild. Like they have potential to get two pretty impactful ults online. Bladestorm definitely going to be the main one, because otherwise Safe's not going to have a weapon.
Yeah, indeed. I think as we pretty much played out early, that ult orb has to be fought for in this round unless Safe found that kill. But he's got it. That's going to be Bladestorm activated, wall down on A as well, so they can start to rotate in, but they've lost control of mid completely. Still have control over heaven and a camera watching for vent room, but Safe has a perfect opportunity to use this Bladestorm now, get up close to them as Guild defend up in heaven. Buying the time for that Bladestorm to come through, but they're watching for it. Sender, wise to his tricks, picks up the flank, and now a 4v3. Guild on the back foot. Vitality can take this wherever they want with all the information to play with.
Oh, Russ needs to go absolutely huge once again. He comes up with two. He gives Leo a chance. The last player is low, and that's the spike on the ground. It's going to come into a 1 versus 1. Brams facing off against Leo, two players you would definitely want in these sort of scenarios, and Leo is not going to sit around waiting. He's expecting the push to come through from spawn. Now, this actually gives Brams an opportunity to retrieve the spike and potentially just leave with it. He's actually just going to wait. He's going to wait for Leo to maybe even come back to try and check on it once again.
30 seconds left.
With 30 seconds left, though, yeah, Brams is kind of losing his nerve on this one. Doesn't want to sit around for all too much longer, and so it's time to move to the site. Now, it looks like he'll get a plant. I doubt he's going to expect Leo to be this close already. 15 seconds. And Leo starts to step towards the site. He's heard the drop. Leo has all the info to play with.
10 seconds left.
He's creeping up closer and closer by the second. Plant about to come through just as he's rounding the corner. That'll be when Brams is backing off, but Brams still wins the fight. The headshot delivered. The round will go to Vitality in the end.
Yeah, there's a reason why Brams has survived pretty much every single roster move that has happened throughout this Vitality roster, and it is because he's so good in those sort of scenarios, so good at finding multi-frags and, well, just positioning himself perfectly. And again, Russ playing incredibly well to get anything from that sort of scenario. One of the things I really want to highlight, though, especially with this Vitality roster that has excited me the most, is when both Kata and Vac are on duelists, you get this almost beautiful little double entry duo that a lot of the time will just run in. If Kata doesn't get the kill, Vac's normally available for the trade. So we're going to see that throughout this map. For now, it's much more of a spread out default just because of the weaponry that's on hand. But if they get rolling, that's when I think Vitality truly gets scary. And for a couple of the maps, well, both maps so far today, I feel like both of them have been somewhat missing.
It's interesting as well. Just you say that about Brams, but I'm surviving every iteration of the roster. It's something that I know a bunch of other teams, Alliance included, when I was on that roster, tried to acquire him as a player when, okay, why have they got 2 kills already? Guild should not be able to fight into this round. I thought this was almost story time, but it turns out that it is actually a round that needs to be fought for with 50 seconds left. Vitality have no direction. And the worst part is these Seekers are giving away the A play, but I think that's almost the plan. Vitality want to destroy those, rob them of the information. There's 30 seconds left, and they have to make a choice on where they're going to push into on this. There are 2 players on either side. There is no easy way to close this round out.
Left.
Yeah, the one positive is that no weaponry has actually been retrieved. It's still just the pistols from the early round. So in every single firefight, there is a significant advantage, and that is a beautiful cosmic divide. You might be thinking it's an eco, they shouldn't need to use it, but it is huge. It doesn't matter though. One of the jewels has been isolated, and because of that, Safe has gone back. He gets a kill here. The round is over, and he lands the headshot onto Shadow. That's the spike on the ground. It's done. Brams might be a clutch king, but he's not winning this one, and they know he's trapped in the corner. Guild have done it again. It is just pistols, and they managed to take it with 4 surviving.
That, I cannot believe that. I think it's very clear from how we started tonally in that round that we were not expecting it to be one of any note. The worst case scenario was pretty much the start. I thought they'd lose with 2, they'd like maybe lose 2 players and that's it. But when they lost the 2 straight away on that mid push, I got very worried indeed. And 3-2 we've ended up. Wow. Vitality have just been kicked in the delicates. Look at that buy. A Judge, a Guardian, a Phantom, a Sheriff, and a Spectre. I'll tell you what, for a second there, I was scared I'd forget the name of one of the guns. It'd be that moment. Yeah. Name all 5. Go for it. Off the top of your head. But
that's the thing, though. And because of that, Guild actually, like, to win the round was huge, but they actually picked up a gun on every player as well. So they brought in 4 rifles to this round that they were already saving to buy into. So they're going to be good economy-wise. Now, you can see the Rolling Thunder being set up. The flash is going to be put through, but that's where the Judge comes into play. Good trade from Rush. He actually gets a second as well. This man is so good at just getting doubles out of absolutely nothing. Now, he's been stunned up, but he should be all right by the time they actually come back into the site. The flash going to make things a little bit more awkward. And Bram's looking to try and wrap back around, but the cavalry's arriving, and Coldamenta eventually sprays down 2 of the remaining players. Sender, he was on the lurk hoping to catch a rotation, but now, well, he has to be a hero.
Still a couple of gaps in this defense for Guild.
How good's your climbing?
Yeah.
You got an ice pick?
3v1 doesn't really show them where his opponents are, obviously, so I feel like for Sender, you gotta just look for some kills. You don't want to survive with this pistol, so running out onto site, I guess, yeah, look, you can at least get a... Oh, he's not even gonna go for it. Yeah, just walking out with the Sheriff in hand. I don't blame you. 10 seconds left. Time to die and get your money.
Was punished.
Yeah,
we've seen this a few times where Guild have been in a situation where they maybe should have lost a round, where their economy should have been challenged on one of the previous maps, destroyed, and they've suddenly... Breeze is exactly what I'm thinking of, right? They suddenly end up in this position where they're stacked on econ, and like everything goes their way. The threat that Guild face and the impending doom that we can sometimes see just dissipates. And within seconds, it's like within 2 or 3 rounds of Guild just dominating, you're like, oh, and now they've got stacked money for quite a while now.
The thing I wonder as well is, like, who is the creator of the cheese strats? Like, is this Barber? Is it Maeve? Is it going to be Coldamenta himself? Or is it a combination of all 3? Because those are 3 pretty big brains that you've got sat, 2 of them behind the scenes, 1 in the server. Because this is now a few times today that we have seen like an idea just come out, be thrown in as like a little cheesy thing that might just work, and it has, and it's put Guild in a wonderful position, and Vitality have just got to be sat there just like, well, if it was based on gun rounds, they probably would have won Breeze, but that's it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, these nasty pistol rounds, especially that mid one, was great, and look at this. With pistols, Vitality can't really do the same. They come out of heaven and just get mowed down. I gotta say, maybe it's even Russ. You know, that mid push that came out with the Sheriffs, 4 players down mid, take those challenges. That's a UKCS play if ever I've seen one. You know, I mean, I don't know.
Still waiting
whoever
to one day see an Irish play.
Yeah, listen. We had Cinder for a bit. Honestly, I'll tell you who the Irish player is going to be. It's going to be Connor. Like, the day you see Connor on the top team, y'all are going to be scared. Someone give him a chance, please.
Did Connor have like I can't remember what his name was going into the qualifier, but it was like it was something that just made me laugh. I can't remember exactly.
That would be Connor.
Get out of my way.
It was very funny. That was it. Was it McNuggets?
Yeah.
Sue's just messaged us.
That would be Connor. We got signed to Movistar. I didn't even know this. Let's go, baby. But why is he calling himself McNuggets?
He's trying to get your attention, you know?
And, no, the best part is that it's in lowercase, because if he does it in uppercase, he apparently can get sued. So he's done his research. He's really thought about this, and I respect that.
And in the future, he'll go for that sponsorship. It's a genius play. I wouldn't mind getting some free McNuggets. Sender, though, after already finding an opener on the other side of the map, it's a switch up to B, leaving an isolated player to try and hold on. It hasn't worked out, and although there's a rotation coming through from Kodamenta, I wonder if this is just going to come down to them trying to hold them into the site. Because financially, Guild should be in a pretty decent spot. Whereas their opponents, well, if they were to lose too many players here, that would be an issue.
A Guild have pushed down mid as well here. You're looking at Kodamenta maybe trying to catch an angle on Brams, drop that rifle towards the end. But they would have needed a flurry of frags immediately to even think about going for this. Kodamenta's got a good opportunity. He's hearing lots of stat. Oh, no, he doesn't. He does not have a good opportunity at all. He's been off. Hey, nice and clean by Vitality. This is the kind of round they needed to really propel themselves back into it, get their economy a little bit healthier as well.
And again, if this even ends like 7-5 in favor of Guild, I would consider that a good half for Vitality, especially with the way things started. And that's almost been the thing that's been a bit of a kicker in this series. Like, don't get me wrong, Guild have played incredibly well, but you remove some of these like very, very close rounds or these like cheesy strategies, which clearly is something they've worked on. And Vitality, I think they at least have a map. And then they'd be in the lead here. But they're still making things very competitive, even though they're having those sort of slip-up issues that are getting caught out by these plays. Now, of course, as we mentioned, financially, no problems whatsoever for Guild. They're coming in with a buy, and they still have enough to go for one in the next round. And this is the first time we see the operator for safe, and he's going to use it to try and dominate mid.
Yeah, but mid's not where they're coming in. And it's A heaven that Vitality want to fight for. 2 players on the A side, and I mean, it's hard for Safe to get back in here with the op normally, but he's just gone straight up that rope, and he's going to look to fight them as they come on through. The push-up on B, though, is starting to scare me, Tom. I'm seeing Russ inside of B main, and there were 2 players, both Sender and Brams, that were waiting for him, but now we've seen the rotation from Brams. It looks like Sender's about to leave as well, and so that's good map control for Guild to just hold like that.
Even still, though, the slow play has maybe caused some doubts in Guild's mind. You can see just the fact that Vitality are just sitting waiting. There's now only 2 players remaining on this site, but the problem is Guild are using this time. They flashed twice outside of B, so that's information. They've also now killed off the 1 player in mid, which is the lurk. They have every single piece of information they could ever need with 40 seconds left, and now Safe is back in that spot once again to try and catch them as they go through.
And he already managed to catch that kill on mid, scot-free. Dash still online after that frag, which is the most important thing for the angle he's holding. He can dash down into the vents nice and safely. Here comes a showstopper, looking for the site itself. Grav well in, Kata gonna be dropped. Here's the play for Safe, but Brams catches him, left on 10 health. Vac low as well. No time really for them to get this done. This should be an easy cleanup for Guild.
10 seconds left.
I've seen Vac go towards the site, but there is simply no time.
Look at Russ as well. It may not even matter for this peak because they know that the flank's coming through anyway. Brams, this needs to be a truly ludicrous play to try and get anything done in this one. They are waiting for him. Beautiful whiff from Kodamenta, but it's all right. He's got Trex alongside him to close it with a triple. And yeah, I think this is an example of Guild playing the information game almost perfectly. Like Russ having the double flashes through B. What may not have been noted is that he pushed all the way through the spawn just after those couple of flashes. So there was a 4-man stack for Vitality to push into. And the thing is, it's almost like a harsh reality for them because they did do very well with the delay strategy. It just went a little bit too long. So obviously after a while, then Guild start working. If they maybe cut that by like 20 seconds or even 15, they actually get a take with there's only 2 players on the site. So it's not the plan that's wrong. It's just that Guild was so proactive in that latter round that it then becomes impossible for Vitality not to be pushing into a stab.
Well, this is the thing. There is no easy way. There is no correct or incorrect way to actually to play these kind of rounds, to play those slow rounds. Because the reality is it has to be tailored. You can have a baseline of how you want to play it, but it has to be tailored to your opponents. You're playing a team that never rotates, that refuses to rotate. What's the point of faking, you know? And that's obviously a very extreme example, but just to really underline that. And I think that's where we look at this Guild team, and they've been really solid on those mid-round calls. They're being cautious in not leaving sites completely open, but if they are going to cause those, if they are going to stack up on A, for example, they'll have Rust push up B and take that little bit of extra control, understanding that playing passive on one side of the map means the other side is weaker. So you either need to have an insane player, which you've got Rust there anyways, and put them aggressive so they get the extra information and that extra bit of timing to it. Really helps secure it. Guild have a perfect way of playing that and not overextending and giving those advantages away. Now, we're going to see a duel into safe, but he's actually missed. And now he's stunned on site. Blade Storm out to try and defend.
30 seconds left.
It's a gorgeous stun, but he's still alive, and the flash will catch him as well. He's being hit by every single piece of utility, but they haven't managed to clear him. Everything that came through, and then the rotation's there as well. Leo, Coldamenta putting another couple in the grave, and while it will be closed out again by Guild. Again, I like the setup from Vitality. The idea was good, but they're just not quite able to capitalize on a lot of the little gimmicks that they have set up. And because of that, taking too long to kill safe means the whole roster's there by the time they actually get in.
And please, please, attack side Jet. I don't want to see people saying Cat has got 3 kills. Split. Attack side Jet is fine. That's your job. You go into the site, you entry like that, you die 9 times out of 10. That's what's expected of you. Coming into the next half, though, I will say Cat had better step it up. His Safe's op and Safe's Jet has felt very strong. That B hold was as bad as possible. He misses his opening shot. He uses his dash. That lands him in a stun, and they're rushing him on site. He activates his Blade Storm and dances around that site expertly, using his teammates and the utility that's put down to isolate fights one at a time and close the round out. Even when he dies, he's immediately traded by Leo. I feel like Safe was super impactful in that round, even without getting, like, you know, big aces or 4Ks or whatever. I need to see the same from Kadavra, justifying to me why he's playing that Jet right now. Because on the attack, it hasn't been finding them the space. It's no criticism of him being on whatever kills, but it hasn't been finding them the space that they need so far.
This is a nice spot.
Yeah, again, we're going to see what is a hero rifle, a couple, I guess, and then a few pistols alongside it. So expectation puts Guild getting to 8 here. As said, like 5 rounds for Vitality, good spot. 4, workable. Anything less, and then I really am in it. Like, sure, curse, haha, whatever. But, like, realistically, you would expect Guild to close it out from there. So, for Vitality's sake, I'm hoping we see a little bit more. And as said, they've had some decent ideas. It's just that Guild have been so adaptive that I think that thus far that's why they're in the lead.
It definitely feels that way.
That's with an op.
Here.
He pushed all the way up to the utility there.
Yeah, it feels so safe just being able to dash out of there. I think that's I hate it's like casting big all over again.
Oh, I can't wait for safe versus big.
Yeah. Gonna be great. But here on the attack side, Vitality with these weak weapons, now 3 pistols coming into this, Guardian. This is a depressing situation, and a last stand of sorts as they attempt to do what little they can here. 5 rounds would be great. And need that 4th at a minimum. They would want to give themselves a little bit of leg room, because if that pistol goes to Guild again,
30 seconds left,
and things just start to really spiral. If it ends up at 9-3.
Yeah, they're running out of time to do anything here. The slow in play as well is almost just ratty. And while running straight into Leo, he might get caught in a graph well, but it doesn't even matter at this point. If anything, the remaining players either need to save or die. And well, Leo is just so clinical. 8 rounds onto the board. Guild edging ever closer to joining the rest of the VCT roster. And the scary thing for Vitality as well, we got to cast their previous game versus Big. There were moments in that game. Well, they had to fight back to overtime, what, twice to actually win that game?
I think so, yeah.
So it's not like that is a surefire victory. And then you have to go back through the other open qualifier, which we already know will have the likes of G2 still back in there again. So it's right there. It's a scary prospect not making it through first time.
I mean, open qual, 2 spots.
Well, it'd be close qualifier for...
Close qual, yeah. But you have G2, Giants, Heretics next week is not going to be fun for any teams. And that's without even mentioning the bunch of lower tier teams that have a huge amount of upset potential. It's damn scary to have to go through next week. But Vitality might not have another choice. They really need to shift their ass into gear here, and they are currently on 3 rounds. Coming into the final one of the half with a rolling thunder. The rest of the ults, I don't think going to be, well, that impactful, that close by to be pulled out. And Coldament has even come in with an Odin and taken down
Look
Browns.
Where it was. Look where he is.
That's
and look
the
where
worst
the
thing I've
player
ever
died.
seen.
That is gross.
Did he, I'm guessing he maybe used a smoke and then spammed through it when the orb was being taken, because it definitely looks like Brams. Well, no, actually, Brams had ult already coming into the round, so I don't know why he'd be on orb. Either way, absolutely, the Coldament is a lunatic when it comes to playing with that. I don't think they're going to expect Safe to be pushing. He tanked some of that aftershock, and he's right behind them already. That rolling thunder buys them a little bit of time, but ultimately it comes down to Safe's timing on whether this will be closed out. Maybe it comes down to the Odin of Coldamenta, who's on site, just demolishing them. And this round, surely done and dusted here. Back, the final man standing now in a 1v3, and they know exactly where he's going to be coming from. Holding the angle is Leo, and we will end up at 9-3. Jeez.
Oh god. Yeah, no, of course. And everything thrown into that one from Guild. They had an Odin go in, even a spare op put down for Safe to have some fun with. But Leo 15-3. We have raved about this youngster for such a long time. Roster changes, different players. There was a reason that, like, even while getting rid of some huge talent, Guild kept this kid around, and while performing unbelievably once again. It's inevitable at this stage. So I don't think anybody's surprised by that. But yeah, a 9-3 half Vitality. They go on to the defensive side. We've said this already. They are basically fighting an uphill battle in the majority of maps because of the choices they make. They choose into the maps that are very one-sided. They know that they're going to have to make a comeback a lot of the time. So let's not count them out just yet.
The fault line into the push to start things out. Kata has some ideas here alongside Shadow. They push Trex back, but little do they know Russ is waiting for them, baiting them in as Trex, making all that noise from afar, but they won't step forward. They won't give it away. Guild moving to the B side instead now, hoping that they've thinned out the defense, maybe pulled to rotate. But that early aggression, I'm sure they don't think they have, though. This is where they have to try to just break their way in, find a duel. And Brams might give it to them. He's stepping out wide. He's being spotted, and they're pursuing. The shots aren't landing for Brams, and he's under a lot of pressure now on the site. That comes down to help, and Nate has used blast packs and everything. With all that utility, they're calling for the rotates. They're saying, we need help on B. But in fact, it's the A site that Guild are going towards. The frenzy in the hands of Russ has snuck his way in after hiding in that corner earlier. Nobody played into him and let him take those sneaky kills. So he said, okay, cool. I'll make my own space. And here's the reward as he sneaks up behind Sender, who is about to be infuriated. Russ, don't you take that knife out, thank God. He finishes him off with a pistol.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they've still got to deal with Kata, though. One more defender on this side. Let's see what he could do. A first kill at least. We'll put it into a 3 versus 3 when the retake begins. But the site has been lost. A plant guaranteed. And that's the thing. The remaining players don't know what angles are held. With Russ being that far forward, they have no idea where the remainder are. Safe taking a big risk. The pop flies. What? 2 for 1. They didn't even need that little lucky shot. But the fact is now, Shadow is all that's left. A 1 versus 3 to try and bring something back. And well, even when opportunities are put into his hands, he's not going to get anything.
There's one. Sneaking around towards the site. The right click actually does a little bit of damage. Both were on 74. It was doable towards the end. But with Guild picking up that pistol, Tom, feels like one of the final nails has now been well and truly driven into Vitality's coffin. 10-3. This comeback would be incredible. It is attack side split for Guild, so it's a tougher one to make it happen in, but look, unless there's a force buy here with an immediate answer up, I find it hard to believe a bonus round, a buy round, and then all the other opportunities they have, that Guild would not be able to close this out. It seems so unlikely. And indeed, there is going to be a force buy, so Vitality are going to end it here one way or another.
We got 2 shotguns, and different ones at that. Now, back we've already seen, like, holding these close angles, he's a little bit of a rat, I won't lie. It's just gross, and I don't want them to push this now. Oh, never mind! Oh, he's just been destroyed. Just trying to tap a few bullets through Shadow with a Bucky. Like, okay, there's one. That's something at least. A little bit of a gap within the wall, and he's going to delay them at least a little bit. A chance here for something, and he's still doing a lot of damage. Some seriously low players on the other side, but Safe is just running riot. Finally, he's put into the grave and gives them a chance, but there's only Sender left.
Oh, he's managed to recover a rifle, though, and down goes Trex. Low HP for Russ, and even Cold Dementa won't last too long. There's the first dropped already, but he'll be killed in the end. Sender comes so close to being the hero for Vitality. They force spot up so much, and even with the damage coming out of a Bucky, which I did not expect to deliver on Shadow up close, they're now sitting 11-3. Their economy is in the garbage. I mean, look at this. Vitality again gonna force it up, and I guess force out the rest of the game, because it's not a pretty buy, is it, Tom?
No. No, not exactly. I will say that it's similar for Guild because they lost so many weapons and it was only the one Save rifle. They do have the benefit of the fact that Save managed to nigh on kill half the team, so he's now got himself a blade. So a little bit low. That is audacious from back. I don't know how he gets away with peeking that far in, especially after getting punished in the last round, but hey, gets them an opener, backs out there, well played.
A blast pack push up close, having your fault line at start around. Really, really strong start. Guild lose another player here on mid. That is such a valuable shot connected by Kata. Going in with a Sheriff. Getting out of there with his life. A 5v3 now. Safe needs to do so much with this Blade Storm in hand as he creeps his way into heaven. The first shot not going to land. And you see immediately Kata just backs off. He doesn't want to mess with that Blade Storm. And then he does. And that's why he didn't want to mess with it.
Yeah, you don't give him a tight angle to jiggle peek off of. That's the chance for Safe to now turn this back on his head. What was the lifeline? Could still become dangerous. The steps through. Safe's found another one. He's left this B site open, but the spike's been dropped. And now he needs to do something truly ridiculous. He goes through it and just gets another one. This really is falling apart. This should have been over by now.
Ridiculous. Safe is on 22 HP. He's picked up a Guardian. Now he's close. Abrams manages to shut him down, leaving Trex alone. 1 versus 2. Best opportunity for Vitality so far. Their time ticking away. No idea where Trex is, and I think they're just hoping that he'll make a peek eventually and give himself away. As they creep in closer to the site, there's the first spotted up top. Trex is a very good idea of what's going on now, but Brams is a little bit too quick. Vitality find a 4th.
7 HP. Oh, it really wasn't far away, was it?
No, it's a long way from being comfortable. That's for damn sure. But they managed to do it. 7 rounds between them. Defensive side advantage, and now should be able to get somewhat of a buy strung together.
Yeah, and on the other side as well, there really shouldn't be much. Like, this was already, like, bear in mind, there was barely anyone surviving. 1 player in the previous round, so for Guild, their money sucks. The only player with anything is actually going to be Safe because, well, he's got so many kills over the last few rounds, so a chance for him to maybe take a kill or 2 here and there, but ultimately, I'm more so looking at Vitality, if they're going to have any chance of bringing this back, to keep this one squeaky clean. Make sure you're not losing any players. Okay, maybe if the Spectre goes, that's not going to be the end of the world, but ultimately, farm up as many ultimates as you can, and make sure that when it is a buy coming back up, you're not surrendering that 12th round with ease.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? For Guild right now, there is no pressure because they have so many opportunities to close this out. They're 2-0 up in maps, so they just need to win this one. They only need 2 rounds. They got plenty of opportunities to do it. For Vitality, They cannot make a mistake. They need to constantly have... Honestly, it feels like they almost need reserve ultimates, right? They need to have that economy to save rounds that start to fall apart. If you come in right now at 11-4 down and decide to, as soon as that showstopper comes in, as soon as that Rolling Thunder is there, you entry the round with that, you either have to have a very, very good cycle of utility, or you're going to have... ult economy, or you're going to have to keep one of those on the back burner. Your really impactful ones. So again, your showstopper, your Rolling Thunder, to save those rounds that might fall apart, where Guild maybe have safe push and get 2 kills or something like that. It's really hard, man. Like, looking at this kind of scoreline as a team that's behind by this much and trying to figure out, even in a round where you win, it matters how much you commit to that round, which is scary.
I think the worry as well is, like, at some point you're going to come up against like a silly amount of ultimates, especially if Guild just save them up and try and just spam them in a round. So it becomes tough. But then again, the ultimates they have, I think only a couple of them I can see really being completely game changing. Nonetheless, a lot of control taken. This actually the spike. So there you go. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Oh, they managed to recover it somehow. The nade does take down Russ, though.
Bomb buddy out.
Gonna have a nice, easy swing. Okay, they fall back. Give it up for a moment. Not the round where you think Guild will do a lot of damage, but still, you don't want to start it out like that. At least they have managed to shut Cadavra. It looks like Trax is gone. Nasty angle by Sander in a round like this, you'll never really expect it. And if he was there alone, I'd be quite annoyed. But he has Shadow covering him from heaven, making sure that there's no push behind him, which is already confirmed pretty much by the trap wires. But more so, he was there to peek off his contact. I don't like that he's still here, but he has the cam to check every now and then, I guess, so he just feels that little bit safer.
Oh no, that could actually be a plant. Yeah, the dash across is almost going to guarantee it. So some extra credits coming through into the next round. You can see Safe trying to bait it out now that he's actually managed to retrieve a rifle. And it looks like they're actually more focused on just trying to do damage in this round. The plant doesn't really matter so much to the side of Guild. They want to try and get someone to peek. And well, Leo's landed another, doing a lot with this pistol. 3 kills in a round with very little for Guild. And well, as I said, I wanted this one for Vitality to be a nice, clean victory and a build-up of economy. Instead, while Leo is still just gross.
Yeah, the concerns that we had of, okay, in a buy round, you can't really commit too much because you'll need your ultis to potentially save rounds. You'll need your utility to save rounds into retakes. There's so much to concern yourself with now. Every single action that you take, you have to think about the consequences because it could just lose you the game with the butterfly effect later on. But when you look at Vitality, coming into that round, we needed them to win that cleanly, because if they are to string together this many rounds, they better be damn good versus the rifles and even better versus the pistols. But they've taken the first 2 to start with. Rez comes through right after, though. After Leo finding that kill in the previous round, he had this online.
Oh, that was sick.
Spike down, B.
Nice little angle to manage to find a kill back. Still, though, it's even. Kata coming in with the Blade Storm. Oh, he almost gets caught out. And Vac still just having to survive alone on the site, but he's doing a great job of it. Nade even goes back out, recovered after a couple of kills, and Sender just misses the timing. I don't know if they will have heard him from behind. It leaves Leo alone, and this time there's nothing he can do. A triple for Vac, showing up in the server, and a 6th on the board for Vitality is going to put Guild on an eco once again.
Third time lucky maybe for Vitality. We know that this is where Guild feel a little bit less comfortable. We highlighted that this is the map that Vitality looked like they have a chance to take it across the line on. And now just 5 behind. It's still a lot of rounds to build up, and I still don't feel like they'll get it done, but the hope is maybe starting to ignite in the players' hearts. Guild on this attack with pistols, only set to make this an even brighter future for the defensive side of Vitality. You should easily get out of this with 11-7, and again, we want to see that. We need to see them take control of this round.
Yeah, that hasn't necessarily been the case against a lot of these pistols. Oh, the push-up from Sender. It's a nice little pop flash, and he's going to get himself a multi-frag off. It's still a rifle. Could be picked up, but Shadow's alongside him to at least put another in the dirt. Not really something that can be fought for anymore, especially with Trex having the spike. Oh, I didn't see him initially, but eventually the reactions kicked in.
No, 50 seconds left. At least he has the spike, but he's running into 3 players. The first is Vac. Sat on his left side. 54 HP. He could have been 1. It wouldn't have made a difference. Nice clean headshot, 4 rounds between them. Guild come in here though with a buy, and so I'm gonna be a little bit more cautious. I think the defensive side of Vitality will be as well, but I think you have to look at this now and say the ultis they've got, especially with Russ having those Seekers to play with, they're strong on the attack, but Vitality have their way back into rounds. That Rolling Thunder for retaking either of these sites is so damn strong. I almost feel like Guild are going to want to deal with Shadow before, like, playing a straight A or straight B hit is almost impossible at this point.
Bit of spam as Kada is expected. His aggression is something that Guild seem more than prepared for. And actually, it's looking like that ultimate might not be saved. Shadow almost preparing it for a push into mid. Seeker's going to go through. It will just be onto Russ. He's the only person who's been ulted, and they actually get very little for it. He's not cleared out. They do rotate back into the B site, though, and we'll have a decent amount of players here.
Russ is being caught in the way. Kada with the op, delivering, and he's got 2 teammates to cover his crossover. Brams now standing alone as the only cover for that operator, and he's going to swing into a fight. Luckily, Trex runs out of ammo, runs out of the site as well. He's bailing, pushed back by the utility. A 1v3 looking very, very difficult indeed. As these players are just lined up and waiting. Brams misses the first shot, the peak in heaven. Not going according to plan. Trex is being given an opportunity here. Oh, this would be such a devastating round for Vitality to lose. The spike is being retrieved by now, and Trex has a choice to make. 30 seconds on the clock, barely any time to rotate, and he won't hit the shot onto Shadow. So the round goes to Vitality, but again, it comes very close.
Yeah, again, Vitality, though, having a pretty decent read on the scenario. Sure, the ultimate wasn't necessarily the most important thing, but they expected it to be a mid-split into that B site, and Kada does an excellent job in this round of just finding jewel after jewel, like getting the timing on the repeat, making sure that he's not being isolated in the process, and having the support of the rest of his team while doing so. So it's getting a little bit close now. 3 rounds the difference on a defensive side of split. As said, it's definitely not something that's too difficult. And especially when teams don't normally play this map, I'll be honest, it is normally that attacking side where they struggle. That's where you don't have the preparation, the plans, the sort of aspects of your gameplay where everything goes wrong. Well, 5 rounds in a row seems like everything's gone wrong. So Guild are going to take a pause.
Yeah, I think the fact as this scoreline closes in, Guild start to get more worried, and I think at 8-11, this is the perfect time to call for this kind of a pause. You've let a couple of scenarios play out, seen how it goes. Vitality are clearly gaining the upper hand again and again. They're coming into an eco right now. Guild will be facing 11-9. So this is kind of the round where you want to, first of all, make sure that Vitality don't have everything set up for them coming into the next. You don't want Vac, for example, to be able to take ult orbs or massive amounts of kills without being traded out. That showstopper could be hugely impactful in the next round, which is going to be the biggest swing round we've seen so far here on Split. Guild will come in here with an intention. Read the defensive side, see what they're doing in the early round, figure out if we can find any gaps for the next one, for that buy round.
Yeah, they're also pretty wary after the last eco they faced off against. It was fairly aggressive. Like, you had Sender push up, Shadow with the pop flash, and they're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again. The problem is they still have this defensive duo just slowing them down. So much utility available now. This time, he's actually completely isolated, and because of that, Sender's going to go down. Now, a decent grab well leaves Russ completely screwed. And Leo's going to get the ult orb, but more importantly, he's also got a rifle.
Coldement is also snuck into heaven with the frenzy. They're aware they've given up that control, though, so they deal with him. Nice delivery by Trex. That's with a Spectre. This guy has now taken 2 kills. After punishing Sender up close and now deleting Brams, they have an opportunity to cross to sight. Shadow stands in their way, but Leo has retrieved an actual rifle, a Phantom in his hands, but he's dropped. And now Trex has to do it all by himself. The spike to be retrieved. The rest of the defenders on their way. And even with the rifle now in his hands, This will be a very, very tough clutch. He's going to push him close. That was an ambitious play. One that hasn't quite worked out. 2 kills for them. It's not terrible, but this is where Guild need to show up. Otherwise, Vitality might be jumping back into the lead, or at least contesting it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, the last few rounds have been fairly dominant. Like, I think this was actually one of the closer ones, and it was mainly based off just a couple of nice shots being connected by Trex, and I had the idea of basically just trying to collect that ultimate orb. So yeah, I also don't mind this play at all from Trex. Like, when you're in a 1 versus 3, I think you expect there to be just utility denying you going for that plant anyway. So you want to try and isolate a duel and give yourself a better chance with lesser oppositions available. Now again, this is a full stack outside A. I think this is a complete pace change, and well, not expecting it up to be there, I guess.
Considering the setup from Vitality, they're reading into this. They're expecting Guild to come for it. 3 players around here, no mid control at the start of the round. They thought after the eco that Guild would have gathered the information. Hey, A's kind of weak. We can get in there with pistols, with Spectres. Let's do it with rifles. So Vitality sit on the site and say, yeah, sure, dude. You want to come A? Go ahead. And they mow them down. Guild running into that stack early. It was a gamble. They rolled the dice on what they thought was a clear weakness, but Vitality had already made the adjustment. They'd patched up that hole, and Guild got lured into the trap. Gorgeous brain games.
Yeah, a wonderful adaptation coming in from Vitality. And that's the thing, we've seen this a couple of times now. When the buys have come up, there was an attempted play into the B site. The counter was there from Vitality. Now, they're attempting to go for the same sort of execution into the A site. The counter was there once again. A multitude of players, and also just having Kata there early to pick off any of the crazy aggressive plays. Now, speaking of crazy aggression, I'm waiting for this clock to tick down because Safe's got a hero.
You don't see that every day.
Not on attack.
The operator, the pistols beside him, the light shields on Safe, and indeed attacking, pushing into those angles. If anyone was to do it, I think if you said any player, I'd probably roll my dice and say Safe. He is a lunatic. An aid landing right on top of him. He was patient, but not patient enough. Almost caught back, and now he's lost his life. The hero up down, but it can be retrieved. And it will be in the hands of Coldamenta. Oh, and Sender's gone down. Look at where Trex is. He's in their spawn. I was so preoccupied with the op on mid, and so are they. Trex just walked through A.
Shadow trying to make sure that nobody's able to retrieve the gun. He goes up over their own wall, uses it against them. Sure, there's going to be an afterplant here, but it is still only that operator as the one weapon in play, and Kata is waiting for it. Absolutely nothing comes, and while they have to try and make a 2 versus 4 stick with pistols, I don't see that happening.
Well, they know where Brahms is, and Brahms knows where they are. Wait, a nice double. That'll be closed out. Nice and clean. Well handled. Vitality, 11-11. We are looking at, honestly, a mind-boggling comeback. For Vitality to fight their way back into this game, this is something that, yeah, I mean, if you run this back 100 times, Guild close this majority, but they are not comfortable on this map, and I think it is shining through. We had concerns about their attack, but I honestly thought after the pistol going their way in the second half, it was over. And yet, it had only just begun.
But this is, again, it's sort of what I said earlier in the matchup, and the same when we saw them play up against Big. Like, although there's definitely some issues here for Vitality, like certain sides of the map, stuff that they need to work on, the resilience and like mental fortitude of this team is something that impresses me the most, because they have been down so many times now and fought it back. Like, as said, they managed to win 2 maps doing that versus Big to even get here in the first place. Now, as said, it's a silly amount of rounds that they've won in a row without making a single mistake to allow Guild in. Again, though, Guild just need that one moment. Get them to 12, reset their minds, have that one player pop off. The problem is they don't have the ults to do it either. There's a couple that are close. 3, in fact, available if just 1 orb is found. On the other side, though, we're back online with both the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper. So it's not getting any easier for Guild as these rounds go on.
You know, a lot of the Guild ultis here are passive ults, so that ulti economy definitely swings in power towards Vitality. But it's the round-to-round utility that should lead Guild to victory, but so far that hasn't been the case. Brahms in trouble. 1 kill and traded out, site now open. There's only one player here to stop it. It's Shadow. He's going to ult and he's all by himself. He has to deliver on this, and he's going to be putting an aftershock, but they've evaded it entirely. He slowed them, though. He's run that clock down. Rust in the back lines, though, is the big problem because he's now going to catch back, swinging a little deeper, but Kata shuts him down, and now Shadow almost had the timing, but Coldamenta went back to check it. Vitality on the back foot. 2v4. Goodbye. 2v3. Trex caught. Up shot, not landing. Bladestorm comes out. Kata not able to deliver, and Guild have finally pushed up to 12. It has been a long journey, but they've woken up just in time to guarantee an overtime.
I know there'll be some people who might know this name, but there is a producer, Reese from Face It, who always had this this saying that it was like his rule that if whoever equalized the scoreline, like whoever came back would always lose the round after they equalized it. And it just seems to happen so often. It's so painful to witness. They've won 8 rounds in a row. They finally go to take the lead, and then Guild just find one out of nowhere. And Russ just with a sneaky play being able to sit in behind and then just finding the kills elsewhere. Still, of course, a huge amount of economy available for Vitality, and just because one has come onto the board, it doesn't mean we're not going to OT.
No, it absolutely doesn't. Vitality will be fired up coming into this one. Kata's in trouble. This is the player that needs to show up right now. We talked about it in the previous half. We talked about that Jet defensive side, how much it can do, but now he's pushing forward right into the full force of Guild. Getting out of there is going to be tough. The dash buys him that little bit of extra space, and he's away before they join him. Seeker's on their way. He destroys them with the op. Now they're close, safe, looking to punish that operator. Right up in his face, and he'll get the first, following up for more. Safe as a madman, now on site, planting the spike as Shadow wants to get back in, but there's so many players here, and he's caught with util in hand. The showstopper, the last-ditch attempt by Vac. It's found basically nothing so far, and it'll get nothing done again. Vitality are being dismantled at the last second for 13-11. Guild take the series.
Oh, I'm so deflated. Oh, you even catch it on the camera. That is just sad. That's tired. They're like, I feel like Vitality deserve the map in this series. Like, I'll be honest. Like, Guild have definitely proven they're an incredible team. They deserve to be in the VCT season. Don't get me wrong. But 8 rounds in a row to lose the last 2 in that fashion, it's just heartbreaking for Vitality. We saw a similar story when it came to Breeze with the battle back, but ultimately it is Guild that show that resilience. And I think that's the thing that has me excited for both of these teams the most, is they are new iterations of rosters, they are new players coming in, but both teams have shown that they have that almost gall to just fight back in scenarios where they have no right of winning. So I think that's one of the most positive things, because all the other little things like the slip-ups, maybe some of the interplay, that's stuff you can fix. If you don't believe you could win at any point, then that's where you have a real problem.
Yeah, most definitely. The mental games were played out here, that's for damn sure. And we ended up with Guild coming out on top, 3-0 dominance over that upper bracket. And we had some dominant players on the server today. Let's talk a little bit about them with the player of the match. Heading over to @Val. Now, this is different. It's @ValEsports_EMEA. We've changed Twitter handles, so @ValEsports_EMEA to get your vote in for who you think should be the player of the match. Options down at the bottom of the screen. You've got Russ, Leo, and Safe. Be sure to head on over to Twitter now in the next couple minutes. Get your vote in while you still have time, and the analyst desk will be announcing the winner in just a little bit. For now, though, I guess we better let the analysts decide who's won. Let them tot up the figures, count up the votes. @ValEsports_EMEA. Go and vote now. We'll be back with the analyst desk in just a few moments.
They have done it. Guild with a 3-0 victory means they have secured that spot at the VCT Challengers in February to join Team Liquid, Fnatic, Gambit and Ascend. I'm Yinsu and I'm bringing you guys a quick post-match interview with Guild's Safe. Welcome to the show. Congratulations, massive congratulations. You guys are the first team to qualify through the qualifiers here. And you dropped just one map. How pleased are you with your performance and the result?
I think we're very, very happy. I mean, we knew like before coming into this, we put in a lot of work. We practiced every single day. We're even practicing like a lot more than the other teams because people were taking breaks and stuff like that. But we put in all our energy and we knew like we're coming into this ready. So very pleased.
Yeah, you guys definitely showed that on the server. I want to talk about your personal performance because it feels like you've been unleashed. You're doing some crazy stuff right now in these qualifying games. How much are you enjoying this duelist role with all the agents you get to play right now?
I'm really enjoying it. I always knew like I had it inside of me to just pop off and, you know, wreck some people. But at the same time, it's kind of it's nervous, right? Because I'm coming into this new role. I was a Sentinel. And then, you know, I'm doing the exact opposite of what I was doing before. Like, I'm going in first. I'm taking the duels. I'm trying to find the timings. And it's kind of like, you know, it's just insane, you know?
Do you feel like that's second nature to you? Because it looks like you haven't really struggled at all whatsoever with the transition.
I mean, I play a lot of ranked, and, you know, ranked is an amazing place for, you know, training ground. So, I mean, I feel comfortable, you know, playing a duelist role, you just have to be comfy with what you're doing. You just have to tell your teammates, I'm going to do this peak, I'm going to do that. And if you're confident in yourself, it's going to go great. So.
Yeah, you guys are playing it with a lot of confidence right now. You're also bringing up quite a lot of cheesy stuff, you know, like especially on your ecos. You're winning all of your ecos today, pretty much. I want to know about what's happening behind the scenes. How does it work when it comes to kind of the contribution of ideas you have and the calling in game? Is that just down to Baba and Coldamenta, or do you guys sort of all do your bit?
I think Coldamenta calls for most of the time, especially on attack side, and then we have Trex pitching in with ideas on the defense. So we have kind of like two callers depending on sides, you know, and the others pitching with ideas as well. But it's mainly Coldamenta that's doing all the calling. So.
And what's it like to work with a newer IGL? Because you've been playing with the same IGL probably for the longest time, one of the longest standing squads in Europe. What's it been like to kind of get used to what Coldamenta does?
I mean, it's new, it's fresh, it's interesting for me. You know, it's like sharing ideas with other people, right? Like Bonker had this idea of how we play the game and what we need to do, and then Colda has his new ideas, and I'm like just meshing in together. You know, it's like two cultures meet, and then I'm just being in the middle, just taking everything in. It's amazing. I like it.
No wonder it works. You got two big brains to combine. Now, like I said, you guys are the first teams to go through. I want to ask you before I let you go, which other teams do you feel like will be joining you perhaps in February?
Oof, that's hard. G2. And I think Big have a chance. No cap. I think Big are coming as well. I'm gonna put my money on them. But other than that, I don't know.
Oh yeah, Big. They get to play tomorrow, so we shall find out. Thank you so much, Safe, for joining me. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you in February.
See ya.
Now, that closes out our game for today, but don't worry, I'm going to get Ryan and Zescht as well back here with me on the analyst desk right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk. I've got Ryan and Zescht back with me once again. Now, a couple of pretty interesting things Safe said there in that interview. Trex being one of the callers, secondary callers on the defense side. Ryan, that's not something I personally expected.
No, and I think you sort of look at it as well of Trex being this sort of player. For me, watching him play and have watched him play in scrims, he is very, very vocal about his opinion, how he wants to approach stuff. And I guess if you are playing Cypher a lot of the time, or Viper, you are putting down your setups and you want very much your team to respect what you're doing to play around them, right? So I guess it makes sure that Coldamenter's calling his ideas don't sort of cross-contaminate to what Trex is doing with his utility, especially if you set it down. So it is good to see that this guild team, whilst it has a really good IGL of Coldamenter, the rest of the team can call, and I can imagine that everybody on this squad is very vocal in how they approach this, and that's why they look so tight in their team play as well, I think.
Exactly, and it's interesting enough due to the fact that, as mentioned earlier when we talked about him, that when speaking to previous Honk members, he seemingly is one with a unique game sense, with an outstanding game sense, and that fits then. If you do have that understanding and play an agent who's mostly, focused on having room, having space, holding up players from entering side, it makes a lot of sense that you're contributing there as someone who might just not be that experienced in IGLing, but definitely understands how he has to play his role, and on top of that, to not, as you said, Ryan, contaminate that with the other game plan. So it's totally logical to me. It's nice to see. It's a bit surprising, but it's also quite cool.
I mean, we got to talk. Let's talk about Split as well. Now we're watching the footage from it, because Zescht very nearly went to map 4, and I don't know what happened, but Vitality did all that hard work just to lose like this. Really heartbreaking stuff.
We had the classic fundamentals of a Guild versus Vitality game. Great start from Guild. Guild good. Guild's fast. Round 11. It's legit every time round 11. Vitality timeout. Vitality still, trying to get the scraps together and just try to get anything done with it. But at the end of the day, this was the closest we got. This was legit the closest we got. And I felt this could have been going so wrong. Guild from time to time struggled in the defense, or struggling to run into the defense of those guys from, obviously from Vitality. And this is making it a bit worrying. At the same time, and this is what we got to say again, Guild has never played this map. We didn't even know what's going to happen. And therefore, I'm positively surprised, I guess, because they never really favored this map so far.
I think for overall for Guild, you could sort of tell the areas that they were struggling with being their attack, right? But I think their defense was solid. Vitality have most success when they can get the spike planted. It's a common thing for teams on Split because those post plants can be quite strong. They only managed 4 plants total and won 3 of those rounds, I think it was. So it's something that Vitality, I think going into tomorrow's game against Big, I feel like they had to win this map, in all honesty, to just show that they have control in some aspect, because Big, Gobby, the whole of that big organization are going to be watching this series, and they might have some ideas on how to quell this Vitality team, which is on par with Vitality from 2021, right? Where they'd look really good up to a point, and then they'd hit a threshold and not really be able to deliver the goods. It was more of the same of that today, unfortunately.
Gob's probably already written up like 80 ways that he can counter everything that's happened today. I wouldn't be surprised. But before we move on, Ryan, let's revisit something that happened on this map. Again, a round that you want to break down for us?
Yeah, considering this was a 13-11 game in the end, this is a round that really should have gone the way of Vitality. And one player, whilst we're going to be highlighting Safe and Leon the rest, I think Russ had a really good series overall. He was my MVP, and just in the positions where he is at the moment. So this is an awkward situation. Vitality have the full buy, and Guild have pistols, yet Guild have the player advantage. Unfortunately, they're spread out across the map, so this is a good play from Brams to put a nice, cheeky, again, another big ultimate for the Cosmic Divide to bait it. However, this angle that comes in from Russ, clearly not expected from Sender, and you watch Safe on the minimap. He's ready to rotate to A, expecting a hit. Then he decides to go back on site because Russ found that kill in middle. He, Russ was holding mid all on his own pretty much on that defense, and that's all that was needed, because Trex was putting some tripwires down in hell in ropes, as you sort of expect, some a bit deeper and shallower, depending on whatever calling he was making clearly. But Russ controlled mid, which on a map like Split is the most important part of the map, and Vitality, even in their numbers, wasn't able to break apart that sky.
That was the cool part. I think Tom even mentioned it on stream, that sometimes when you are a bit more passive on one of the sides, when you're just not trying to overaggress it there, somebody else got to be active. Somebody else got to gain information. And this is what Russ has done really good, extremely solid over on that Sky, with garnering as much as possible, obviously with those little birds, as well as with the dog. That has worked wonders, because one thing that Guild did really well is even when there were 20 or 30-second attacks coming in from those guys from Vitality, they still had decent utility. They still had those trap wires. They still had those gravity wells on site. The stars were still existing. And that made it so hard for Vitality, because they had the information, they had the idea, they had the clear plan. And this can all just be activated when you have enough information. And Russ played a crucial role in that.
And what a nuisance of a player he is as well. He's always in those spots that you don't expect him to be. And I know I can see exactly why he was your MVP today, Ryan. But the player of the match goes to, surprise, surprise, usually goes to the Duelist Jet player. And today it does also go to the Duelist Jet player, who I do feel like is very well deserved, you know, as someone who said in his interview, moving into this role wasn't easy, when you have to basically rewire your brain and go from being a Sentinel player into a Duelist and just doing everything the opposite he used to do. And also on this Guild roster, Ryan, they've had a few people, you know, play this Duelist. You're seeing Drac and Leo with his Reyna. Where do you think Safe sits in this? Do you think that he is that stable Jet player going forward?
Yeah, I think mechanically he's the best for sure. I think what Yassine provides is totally different. So Yassine does have his strengths in that regard, more of a spiritual raise, I suppose, in that sense. But I think it's just how well, despite Trex, Coldamenta and Russ coming into the roster relatively recently, how well they play off of each other. Because even if Safe gets killed, Coldamenta was trading really nicely. I think mechanically, that's one of the best series we've seen from Coldamenta in quite some time as well, right? So it's not only the fact that Safe is able to really push the limits on what this agent could do. If he does go down in some of these crazy fights, one of the members of Guild is ready to tidy up his mess. And I think that kind of team play, only a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so into this roster, makes me really excited to see what they can do in challenges across a 6-week period, right?
It's a long time. The great part for me about Safe is that he's not a natural born duelist. He has played previously in Honk and also during his time in NIP, but at the same time, when you've been playing a Sentinel for so long and had a different approach of fighting, a different approach of holding a site, you definitely have like this extra chapter or extra layer of what you learned, possibly incorporate in what you're playing. So it can be very beneficial if you can understand different agents' perspective, which you played for a long time. You don't have to obviously play a Jet like a Cypher, please don't get me wrong, but at the same time, you still have this additional understanding of a different agent on that. And I like that a lot. Safe seems to be not only a great individually strong player, but he knows when to create chaos. It didn't seem like he had any overextending or kind of stupid moves.
I mean, the scariest duelers are the ones that are having fun with it, you know? That's when you're like, oh, God, they're going to do something crazy and funky. But having said that, Guild, they are the first team to go through. I think a lot of people would have put their money on this team going through after seeing what they can do in the open qualifiers. But we do have one more best of 5 that is coming up tomorrow. That is, of course, a rematch between Team Vitality and Big. I feel silly to ask you this, Zescht, but who do you think is making it out tomorrow?
Vitality. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking.
You can't say that.
I'm sorry. To be lied. The crucial part is,
I'm going to tell God
he knows anyway. The crucial part is, for me, they are really good at anti-stratting, and I also believe that Big, from the playstyle we saw, Ryan, seemed to be kind of similar to Guild, like slow setups, default heavy stuff, never overextending where it seemed to be critical. And that was something Vitality didn't like to play against at all.
I think it's just a case of Vitality's already beaten Big before. I think a best of 5 really falls into Big's favor here when it comes to the map pool available. It's just what we've seen from Vitality before today has been good. This series felt really flat, and I'm worried that we're going to be seeing that translate into tomorrow. And Big does have a bit more of a bounce back ability. They're still improving at the same rate as everybody else, right? So I think that It still leans towards Vitality, but I think it's going the full 5 maps. And I think it probably like quintuple overtime, knowing these two teams, right?
There you go.
I think it is Pansy and Hypox. Nice. So yeah, I think that's a very, very good prediction. Well, and that is all the time we have today. Thank you very much, Ryan, and thank you, Zescht, for joining me. Of course, thank you to Tom and Mitch as well. And congratulations to Guild once again for making it through. We'll be back here again tomorrow with another qualifying game between Vitality and Big. We'll see you then.
Big.
I beg your pardon.
Remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Attackers.
Oh, he found it. He found it. Yavi with the ace. Easy.
We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Первый фрагмент, может быть, заберет остальных.
İkisini yakaladı arka tarafta. Starzo hiç kontrol edilmedi. Starzo'nun 3 kill.
Evening set up on the flash. He still turns and hits the headshot. My God, Scream is absolutely unbelievable.